Warrior.
Some of the movement there from Kyron King, getting that bounce as well, as we've grown accustomed to here from him.
Some serious movement. Good pace as well. Good carry. Something that we're accustomed seeing from these Barbados fast bowlers. You can hear the flutes whistling away in the Michael Finley, and the Patriot stands just below us. That's the Barbados crew and the Trinidad crew. Another one just shaping a little bit, moving away from Budu Singh. But it's the end of the first over here at the Arnesville Cricket Stadium from Kyron King. Good first over. The score is 1 without loss.
Yeah, you mentioned the bowling attack of Barbados, but yesterday in that first outing, they were pretty expensive, the opening partnership, compared to Trinidad and Tobago. Yesterday, they bowled 13 overs. The opening bowlers, they went for 95 runs, picking up 4 wickets. In contrast, Trinidad and Tobago, 12 overs between the opening pair, 18 runs, 3 maidens and 4 wickets. So a lot of work to be done by the Barbados team after their outing yesterday with ball in hand. Precisely the opening partnership of King and Prescott. Having said that, King has started quite well this morning. It's just a case of Prescott backing up that over.
Jatari Prescott is with ball in hand. Starts along the line of the fourth stump. Well left by Jagasar. Familiar name in Trinidad and Tobago. There's a generous Jagasar out of Trinidad and Tobago that I've played a few games with. CPL, fine off spinner. Probably one of the few off spinners in the Caribbean that can bowl the dozer or the current ball. Himself and Sunil Narain. Again, that one, just guiding it down to third man. No harm done. True backward point and third slip.
He plays that shot pretty well, Justin Jagasar. He played it quite a few in his short innings yesterday. And it's a shot I like to see. It might come across as risky as you have 2 slips and a gully in play. But once you have good control over it to guide it into that gap, into that vacant area, it's always a welcome shot very early to the pacers. Walking it into the leg side. I think actually wide call by umpire Foster. Good stop there by keeper Joshua Morris, who continues to do well with the glove here in the 50 over version of things. Did really well with bat and glove in the 2-day version, so he'll be hoping to carry on here in the white ball version of things. Getting fully behind it that time, Justin Jagasar. I think the Trinidad and Tobago outfit after their outing yesterday, I mean, this surface, so far I haven't seen any variable bunks. Everything seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely. I'm not seeing any deliveries keeping low compared to yesterday, where pretty early the bunks was inconsistent, particularly from one end. One walked into the leg side and a well taken single there by Justin Jagasar. Need to see more of that from the youngsters, being alert to take in more singles that are on offer very early in the innings. There are lots of gaps still open. It's one of the things I mentioned to my co-commentator yesterday. One of the things I'm looking forward to in this tournament is to see how well they look to minimize the dot balls.
That is very important, Stacey. It's a wide, but yeah, that's very important. Being able to minimize the dot balls, and that would only help in terms of the rotation of strike, being able to find the ones. Yeah, but I really want to see how they would approach that, because in the 2-day tournament, we see how limited they were in terms of batting the spin and rotating the strike versus the spin. And we know, especially here, the second phase of the game, that second power play, you're going to get a good barrage of spin. So I would be really...
Quick single taken. Not a clean pickup by the fielder running in, so...
I would be really intrigued to see what will happen in that second power play and how they would manage to rotate the strike against the spin of this Barbados team, because they have the Nathan Seeley, they also have the Zishan Matara, also Saurav Warwell, who picked up a few wickets in the finals. Really good off spinner.
Another wide. 3 wides in this over so far. He hasn't quite found his bowling rhythm. Prescott. He strayed a lot in line. Yeah, you mentioned the talk of spin there just yesterday. 15 wickets fell to spin in that match, so pretty interesting to see how the spinners go when they come into the attack today. Swan is played up and over the infield. Very good execution there from Justin Jagasar to collect the first boundary of the match.
And it's a lovely shot, Stacey. It was given room. He's a fella that likes room as well, and he always strives on weight. So those shots is like bread and cheese to him, as my little nephew would say. Justin Jagasar, it's a really good shot, really good connection, good timing as well. It's a first boundary for him.
Yeah, 12 without loss after the second over, Trinidad and Tobago. So King now to continue. Nicely behind it, looking for a single Buddha Singh, but sent back by Justin Jagisar. And I came into this tournament, Kesrick, and I mentioned minimizing of dot balls. One of the other things I'm hoping to see in this tournament as well is more 200 plus scores. Didn't see a lot of that last year. In that first round, no team managed to get to 200. Yesterday, the closest was 192 by the Windward Islands. But certainly, we'll want to see more 200 plus scores from these youngsters.
That's so true. But we also have to take into consideration the pitches that they're playing on. So far, so good. This pitch here is a wide delivery. So far, so good. This pitch here at the Arnesville Cricket Stadium has been doing pretty well. Good bounce, good consistency. Yesterday, it was good. 176 was scored.
Parking seems to be pretty good for batting. I mean, you look at the way Barbados approached their innings. They had 72 for 10 after Windward Islands put up 192. So it signals that the wicket is pretty decent for batting. I had a chat with Graham West yesterday. He seems to be impressed with the surfaces that has been produced this year. Swan coming back in that time to Buddha Singh. He's been getting it to pitch and leave him. That one just coming back in. Didn't play it with any sort of certainty, Buddha Singh.
Yeah, definitely. We have to take into consideration. I'm happy that Graham West is happy with the pitches here in St. Vincent. This is good for us, coming from CWI. So it's pleasing to know that the pitches have improved, as we know that it's been relayed for the T20 World Cup that was just held here. But I think something we have to take into consideration as well is the youngsters and how they apply themselves at the crease and being aware of the situation. Because a lot of the wickets that I saw yesterday that was lost from from the Jamaica team, losing that game against against Guyana. It was a kind of a no-brainer.
Well, that's the thing we want to see, application from the youngsters. And I think if they apply themselves, they'll be able to score 200 runs or more. And that's very important, especially in the 50-over version of things. It's 300 balls, and if you look at yesterday, as I mentioned, the surface at Sand Hill, it did have inconsistent bunks, but it was still manageable. I think if you applied yourself, you would have been able to score runs. Andrew Rambaran was an example of that. Joel Andrew started well, and then he played an injudicious shot that accounted for his wicket. So it is definitely a matter of application, and that's what we want to see, hopefully going forward from this run onwards.
I had a conversation last night with a radio talk show from Barbados, Stacey, in the Mason Show, and we were talking about what I've seen so far in the tournament, and if I like what I've been seeing from these youngsters. And I did tell Mason that there are a few youngsters that I'm seeing, especially from Barbados, who have been doing a good job in terms of the fast bowling department, the spin bowling department. And from looking at things so far, the Barbados team looks a little bit more mature than the rest teams, because when you look at the skipper, Nathan Seeley, I've always, spice up his captaincy, the way how he set his fields, the strategies that he comes up with. You can see that he's not really been fed with messages from the outside. But guess what? This could be an early catch, and it's a catch. Nathan Seeley himself taking a wonderful catch. He's a catch, but it's a good delivery. Could have just find the edge there. Jagasar just gone. He's gone for 7. The score now is 14 without loss. For 1, sorry.
So I was just talking about application. That delivery was a bit fuller in length compared to what he's been bowling. Kyron King and Justin Jagasar looking to go over to the onside, just gets an edge taken easily by Nathan Seeley. So again, continue to speak about application by these youngsters. Justin Jagasar just giving a perfect example of not applying yourself, basically staying and trying to play try and concentrate longer, but for longer periods of time.
The thing is, he was never in that position to play that shot. It's really a delivery to come back and punch down the ground. We just mentioned the maturity of the Barbados players and how they have been playing the game. They look like they understand the game. And this is something that you want from your rising stars, being able to understand the game, play to the awareness of the game. And that is what we have been seeing from Seeley over the 2-day tournament. As I mentioned, I spiced up his captaincy for the last couple of games because he understands what he's doing. He set his fields well, and his bowlers really support him when they bowl. They bowl to their field. So this is something that is awesome for him, and he has been doing a fantastic job. And his bowling, I really want to see his bowling, especially in this format, because he's more of a defensive bowler.
Yeah, so Prescott now with his second over to Budu Singh. Flashing drive outside the off stump. Diving Joshua Morris puts it down. But just as we were just same thing we were talking about, his partner was just dismissed, and here he is flashing at one that he could have left alone. Luckily for him, it was put down by Joshua Morris.
Moved a little bit late there, Morris. A little bit of excitement early in the morning, Stacey. Speaking of excitement, as long as you're seeing Beckway in the background and you're seeing it clearly, it means we're going to get a good day of cricket. There's no rain up. The sun is out. That one, he's just operating outside the line of the foot stump or so, but that one is called a wide. Umpire Foster. Umpire Foster out of Guyana. Afran Bayam out of St. Vincent.
and he's gone. Has he? Is he?
Again,
Was that an edge?
umpires are going to have a little conversation here, but he went straight to the first slip. So Afran Bayam and Foster out of Jamaica, Afran Bayam out of St. Vincent, they're going to have a conversation.
Yeah, they're just checking to see if it was a clean catch. It's certainly an edge. It went straight to hand. I mean, yeah, Buddha Singh is gone. I mean, a replica of the one that was put down, really, by Joshua Morris earlier in the over. And he plays that shot once more, this time going straight to first slip. 2 wickets down now for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it's all about consistency. From Jatario Prescott, maintaining that line and length, not getting close enough to that delivery, just using arms. Could have only found the edge, but he's gone. Exactly what I'm talking about, Stacey. Awareness, being aware of the situation and understanding your strengths. And it's another wicket for Prescott. The score now is 15 for 2.
Yes, and that's one thing I highlighted in the Trinidad and Tobago batting innings yesterday. A lot of the batters didn't get close to the ball. They didn't get close enough to the pitch of the delivery to execute their shots. And we see today Buddha Singh falling victim to that. Just not getting close enough to it. And an easy catch to that man at first slip. Slip catching has been good by Barbados throughout the entire tournament from the 2-day to now, and it continues. So.
Probably only seen one drop catch from Barbados even from the 2-day. It's their first one-day game here at Arnes Vale.
So the new batter, well, Luke Ali made his way in at the fall of Justin Jagasa's wicket. The new batter is Joshua Davis. Picked up a 5-4 yesterday, but you need to put that at the back of his mind now because he's needed with the bat for his team. Previously captained this under-19 team as well last year. Has a job to do in terms of recovery for Trinidad and Tobago.
Wide. Not something that you would really see from these Barbados bowlers. They're usually hitting good line and length, but they're not machines, so these things will happen. They're also youngsters. They're still learning the game. But boy, oh boy, I can tell you, they're learning pretty fast, this Barbados team. And it brings him back to think of the amount of West Indies players from Barbados. So I guess these guys will mature a lot faster than the other guys in the Caribbean, and they play a lot more cricket as well. We heard from Kimar Roach when they won that test match in Australia. What he's rallying for is for West Indies to play more test match to play. Obviously, they will get better. So more games that these guys play, they would get better, and we know the amount of cricket that they're playing over there in Barbados. They're also one of the few Caribbean countries that have nets that they could use in the night. I've never had the courtesy in using the nets in the night here in St. Vincent, and when it's 5 o'clock, my training is over. So I had to work twice as hard. But these players have the luxury of going to the university and using the nets there up to 9 o'clock. And that one short pull just in front of square. Don't think it will get enough legs to get to the boundary though. Would just be 2. I'll give you a little story, Stacey. I could remember when I was going to the university. Well, it's the end of the over. I'll give you that story after. It's the end of the over. It's 18 for 2. So I'll give you the story now, Stacey. I could remember when I was going to the university. There was a special someone I had to go to get the key for training at nights. And if he's not there, I'll have to wait. But he was a good guy. He would usually give me a chance to use the nets. He was the head coach of the High Performance Center. You called his name earlier. So he was the big man there at the High Performance Center. A good guy. He's here with us. I want to say good morning to Graham West. He's been here with us for a long time. Not just in St. Vincent, in the Caribbean as well. I'm pretty sure that he probably may have a Caribbean passport by now. Graham West.
Is that the end of the story? He just give you the keys, that's it? There's nothing.
That's what I'm saying. He was a good guy. You know
Oh,
what I
you
mean?
just-
Whenever I go and ask for the keys, he will always give me the keys and say, listen, I want you to work at your cricket and get better. But I did give him some trouble, though. I will tell you that. I did give him some trouble. Not just me and my good friend Chadwick Walton.
Your very good friend Chadwick Walton.
My very good friend Chadwick Walton. You're not going to hear that story today, Stacey. Don't think about it.
No, definitely not.
You're not going to hear that story today. The only story I want to hear about right now is how these youngsters started their career, who are behind these youngsters instead of channeling their energy. Whoever they are, they're doing a fine job by it. Good length. That one just coming back into Luke Ali.
And Trinidad and Tobago, they're following a similar pattern to what happened yesterday. The scoring rate was pretty good for the first 5 overs, but they kept losing wickets. They're scoring about 4 runs and over now, but that wickets column, 2 wickets already.
Good stop by Achilles Brown there at cover. Usually a good feeler. Took a stunner for catching the last game here in the first innings against Jamaica in the finals, the 2-day.
Yeah, from yesterday to today, I'm seeing a bit of difference in Luke Ali. Yesterday, that delivery probably would have gone through to the keeper because he wasn't getting close enough to it. But today, he's making a conscious effort to get to the pitch of the ball. So good to see from the youngster from yesterday to today, a bit of difference coming into his game.
No, said Afron Byam, umpire Byam out of St. Vincent. I heard you mention the fact that Barbados probably is the best feeling team, and I would definitely give them that. Or probably one of the better feeling teams. I would probably give them that as well. Not a lot of catcher saw these youngsters put down, apart from one that we just saw a while ago from the keeper, and another one from Ronika Smith. That's in the finals against Jamaica. It was really a dolly. So they have been doing well in all departments, all facets of the game. Good lifting delivery. Couldn't do much about that one. Davis Joshua.
I think he could have left it alone. I don't know what you but I think he could have left it alone, and that's what we've been saying. Another loose waft outside the off stump, not really needed. Yes, it had some bunks on it, but it was outside the off stump. He could have easily left it alone and trust the bunks.
And that's the thing, is understanding your game, understanding what you're good at. It's like playing with Christopher Henry Gale. The first 5 overs or so, he will allow the fast bowlers to do their thing. That's their time. It's the end of the over. It's 19 for 2. He will allow the fast bowler to do their thing. That's their time. Allow them to swing around the ball, and he will look very closely. And then after the 10 overs or so, or even after 5 overs or so, it's his time.
So that's the thing. You must be able to assess conditions pretty early. You must be able to use your judgment to good effect. You need to be able to leave certain deliveries that's not threatening you. And Andrew Rambaran, the way he batted yesterday, that was exactly his template. Deliveries that weren't threatening his stumps, when he came in to bat, he left them alone. When it was in his arc, he went for it and he went hard. And yes, he scored just 39 runs, but he looks set to score much more than that. So both of these batters need to employ something similar. Look to survive the good deliveries and take advantage of the loose ones.
It's like that innings I saw yesterday from Brian Barnes. Really good innings. But the way he got out was a bit disappointing. Played to his strengths. played some really good shots, and he played for the team as well, understanding what the team requires and do exactly that, and then give it away in the end. It was a disappointing loss for Jamaica.
Certainly, concentration needs to be worked on. Something that a lot of these players need to work on heading into getting deeper into their careers. So for me, if you have started well and you are set, you should be able to take it deep, especially if the bowling wasn't threatening. But you had a better view yesterday. I did mention 15 wickets fell to spin here yesterday in the entire match. That was nicely done there by Joshua Davis, presenting a full face off the bat, just picking up 2. But we need to see more execution like that from these players. Straight ball, just play it down the ground, and you'll get just reward as well. So nicely done by him.
I like the stats that you just brought out, Stacey. 15 wickets taken here yesterday to spin. It brings me back to the comment I made earlier. And most of those wickets was taken between that second power play. It is not just a problem here at this level, it's also a problem at the senior level in Super 50. A lot of guys find it hard to rotate the strike and to score in the second power play. The first power play, they always tear off. And even in the back, when you look for them to really maximize on deliveries, you're not really getting that. Last year, Super 50, the scrambling for 1 here. Would get there. Not a bad throw there from Joshua Dawn. Sorry, it's Kyle Jordan there, number 11. But yeah, when you look at that, the best team last year in the Super 50 that played the second power play the best in terms of scoring runs and rotating the strike was the West Indies Cricket Academy. And I wouldn't say it's surprising because these youngsters do a lot of work. But what I would say is a bit depressing is that the first class teams find it even more difficult to score between the second power play. This is their job. And you'd want to see a lot more effort being made by these first class teams, these franchises to score better in that second power play. So this is not just a problem at this level, it's also a problem at the senior level, Stacey.
Yeah, really good hand there by Joshua Morris. Moved well to his left to restrict that from heading into the boundary. So good stop there by him. And Prescott still hasn't really found his line. It's a bit of width offered on that occasion, and a misfield by Zishan Mutara allows them to come through, get through quickly for a single. So that brings the over to an end. The score moves to 24 for 2 after 6 overs. So King to Ali. Nothing today then. know you didn't see the game yesterday, but I must point out Luke Ali has played 8 deliveries for 2 runs, but it's such a difference from what I saw yesterday. Yesterday he was basically playing a shutter ball very early in his innings. Today he looks a lot measured in his approach. So good to see. Hopefully from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, he'll be looking to bat deep today.
What do you think that it's just a different pace, different style of bowling? Can you really swing your bat at that all the time, Stacey?
Yeah, well, that's true. But yes, he faced paces as well yesterday. But the thing is that he has changed, he has adjusted to suit what Trinidad and Tobago requires of him. Yesterday, no matter what bowler came on, he was just swinging his bat at all of the bowlers, really. He wasn't even getting close enough to the pitch of the ball. But today, he's willing to apply some sort of batsmanship, show his batting acumen as a batter, and be prepared to leave deliveries even. Wasn't seeing that yesterday at all from him. So it's really good to see. That is so good from him. Really good. Won't get to the boundary, I think. But again, just showing the learning from yesterday to today being transferred to Luke Ali in this inning so far.
Well, that time he get a little bit closer to the delivery. Getting a little bit closer. The connection was good just in front of point. All time in. Not a lot of power. Doesn't look like a strong lad, but looks like he times the ball well. I think they have to put in a better showing than what they did yesterday. Yes, they won, but they don't want to repeat that kind of batting performance going forward. So in terms of what you mentioned, him being a lot better now, is something I guess that Trinidad require of him.
Yeah,
he's doing just that.
Someone probably had a stern talking to him yesterday. Yesterday he made 11 out of 48 deliveries, and I am telling you, for those 48 deliveries, I saw so many shots played with very little connections. Today he looks a lot better in his approach. There again, getting closer to it and just easing it into the cover area. Another 2 to his name. So really good batting so far from Luke Ali. Good improvement from him overnight.
Still not really in the best of position in terms of playing those strokes. Not really picture perfect, but it's better connection than what we have seen yesterday from him.
Yes, certainly so. Certainly so. So it shows that maybe someone had a chat with him, and maybe he looked at footage yesterday and he's making a conscious effort to get closer to the pitch of the ball.
Get close to that one, Stacey.
Yeah, it's a good lifting delivery.
It's a good sharp bumper. Something that we have seen from Kyron King throughout the 2-day tournament. Yep. Picked up 5 wickets.
So 7 overs bowled. Trinidad and Tobago 29 for 2. A change of bat for Luke Ali. Maybe saying to himself, those 2 that I hit through the cover probably should have gone for 4. So let me see if a change of bat can produce that. Yeah, a bit uppishly, but safe enough from Joshua Davis to pick up 2 more. So a lot of 2s so far this morning from these 2 batters. Another wide delivery from Prescott. He's really struggled with his line this morning. He's bowled a number of wide deliveries in every over he has bowled so far. Folan driven down the ground this time. Kyle Jordan gives chase. Again, won't get to the fence. I'm wondering if the timing is that off from these batters or if the outfield is a bit heavy. It's another 2 collected. One. Again into the gap. The fielder gives chase. This one was timed a lot better, but it still won't get to the fence. So 3 2s in this over so far off the bat of Joshua Davis.
Just looking at him, it looks like he still have a little bit of technical flaws that he can, that he can handle. There's still time. Just need to iron those out a little. Not a lot, just a little bit of change that he needs to work with. Just think that front leg is coming across a bit too much. So anything to straight, it feels like he's playing wrong his pads all the time. But it's the end of the over. It's 36 for 2.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, a lot of these youngsters, they are young, they are still learning. And they will have things that we'll have to work on. And this is why we have the tournament every year. And this is why we have it live as well. So they can go back and look at the footage and try and work on these areas of their game that are their weaknesses. So seems to be a change of bowling. Karen King is going to be replaced by Achilles Brown, who has made his way in today, replacing Zion Brathwaite. So Achilles Brown, known to be an opener, is about to run in and deliver some seam-up deliveries for his team. It's pretty interesting bowling change.
He's one of those utility players in teams. Had a chance to be around him last year in Fort Lauderdale's Lion. In the minor league cricket, he bowls seam, he bowls spin, he can keep, and he's an opening batter. You don't really find players like that a lot these days, but it's good to see. We have a player like that in St. Vincent as well. Dylan Douglas, he bowls spin, he can keep. Bats at number 4. Very aggressive batter. Not a lot of players can do that. Tell you what, you keep the gloves far away from me because I can't do it.
Well, he started a bit too wide, and right away the skipper sent out Kyle Jordan on the cover boundary to give him some protection. A bit straighter on that occasion. Didn't have a lot of bounce on it either. This time working it to the onside, picking up a single. So batting looks a lot better so far from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. Batters seem to have a lot more confidence, and the approach as well is so much better compared to what we saw yesterday. Maybe that win yesterday giving them a bit of a confidence boost. Around this time yesterday, they would have already lost about 4 wickets.
Well, they're a lot better now, Stacey. I don't think they want to repeat that batting performance yesterday. They only made 108 or so. They managed to win over the leewards. I tell you what, the best phrase or the favorite phrase of my co-commentators yesterday in Cosnell Morrison, Sylvanus Morgan. Cricket is a game of great uncertainties. That was the favorite phrase yesterday. Or it was a phrase of the day. And it turned out that cricket is really a game of great uncertainties. 27 runs and 108 deliveries, and Jamaica still lost.
It's nicely driven that time by Joshua Morris. Yeah, it seems to be a favorite phrase of Sylvanus Morgan Horn. He says it quite often. Game of glorious uncertainties. I mean, in our lives, looking at cricket, being a fan of cricket, we've seen some unexpected things happen, some miraculous things happen even. So certainly that phrase has a lot of life in it.
And you wouldn't know, but his favorite food is curry chicken, and I think he was back in Guyana yesterday. But he showed his support. He believed that the Guyana could have taken it home. I was back in cricket. I wanted to say good cricket, but it was very surprising to see where Jamaica came back and lost from. But it's the end of the over. The score is 37 for 2.
Yeah, not a bad over from Achilles Brown. Apart from that first one that had a bit of width on it and wasn't taken full advantage of. He came back quite nicely with his lines, and just 1 run came from that over. So not a bad start from Achilles Brown. So Prescott to continue, a 5th over for him in his bowling spell. Picked up that 1 wicket earlier of Kabir Buddha Singh, Searching for a 2nd wicket surely, Prescott. This one is whipped to the onside. Straight to that fielder, Achilles Brown. Sealy just having a bit of chat with his bowler, and this is what we've been talking about, him growing in his maturity and his leadership. He's very close to his opening bowler, and he's just having a word with him, just letting him know that's not the line that we're working with. We have a packed offside field, and we expect you to be a lot less straighter than that, attacking the off stump.
And that's one thing that I like about Sealy and his captaincy. That one just dropping short of Joshua Dawn there. Good effort. And that's what Seeley wanted. You could see him looking at Prescott and asking him, listen, that's what I want you to maintain. But that's what I really like about him. Good delivery, good lifting delivery. Just dropping short. Could have been a catch.
Yeah, right away after that chat, you see Prescott right on the money, doing exactly what his captain required. And an applause as well coming from Nathan Seeley at cover.
I could imagine him saying it in the Bajan accent. Can you speak Bajan, Stacey?
No, I can't. It's not an accent that I attempt to speak.
I could picture him saying it in his Bajan accent. Listen, why? I want you to hit that line just outside the line of your Sunday. These Bajans, I love their accent. I had the luxury in living in Barbados for a few years, and I really enjoy my company days. Where I'll tell you what, if you're a young senior in Barbados and the cricket is not improving,
with this time, but just would have probably, if he had a second slip or so, probably would have been interested there. Just flaying his hands at that one. Luke Ali, sorry.
I think that place is really a place where you can improve your cricket.
Needed a very tall second slip there, Kesrick.
Yeah, probably a couple more inches would do. But normally these Barbados players are tall lads. King, Nico, Prescott, Joshua Dawn is a big fella. Zatar, Zishan Matara is also a tall guy. Achilles Brong.
Yeah, that bit of flaw that you mentioned in Joshua Davies, almost getting him in a bit of tangle there, but that delivery just a bit too high. He certainly got his front pad way across his stump.
Just think he's moving across it a little bit too much across. Should keep that free flowing
shot that time. They look for two certainly. Good diving effort there by Achilles Brown, but the two was always on the cards. So that's the end of the over. End of the power play as well. Trinidad and Tobago, they are 40 for 2.
Well, it's a drinks break here at Arnisville Cricket Stadium. We'll be back in a few minutes after the players take a few refreshments.
And we're back after the drinks break. Power play done as well. Signal coming from umpire Afran Bayam. Trinidad and Tobago. They are 40 for 2. Achilles Brong with ball in hand. It's going to continue. His first over went for just 1 run. So Nathan Seeley, skipper, saw something that he liked. So he's going to continue with Achilles Brong. 2 fielders out, although the power play is finished. A man at deep third and a fielder at fine leg. Luke Ali, a batter on strike, and Joshua Davis at the non-strikers end, forming a bit of a partnership recovery effort for Trinidad and Tobago after they were 15 for 2. They have since recovered to 40 for 2, so a 25 runs partnership between these two.
It's always good to have a player like Achilles Brong in your team, though, Stacey. He can pick up the slack wherever it needs to be. Whether it's in the spinning department, in the fast bowling department, there's no Ronika Smith today. So he's picking up that slack of an extra fast bowler that's needed in the team. It's not the tearaway fast bowler like the Ronika Smith or seaming the ball away from the right-handers and able to seam it back as well. He's not giving that, but he's surely doing a good job so far. His line is good. His line is good, and also he's picked up the wicket. Achilles Brong picking up his first wicket in today's game. The score is 40 for 3. Really good delivery. I was just mentioning the fact that he can pick up the slack of not having an extra fast bowler in the team, and he has picked up a wicket.
Yeah, a bit of extra bongs accounting for that wicket there. Surprising Luke Ali. He got in position to try and really play it through the offside, square of the offside, but some bongs on that occasion, extra bongs. And Luke Ali has to go back. So a third wicket goes down after we were just talking about the recovery effort by these two. Disappointed by that, but he has to go back. So Achilles Brong, good catch taken there by Joshua Morris as well. So the plan to stick with Achilles Brong has worked out quite well for Captain Nathan Seeley, getting that extra pacer in. He would have been tempted to go to himself or even one of the spinners early, but he decided he wants an extra pacer, and it has worked quite well with Achilles Brong picking up that wicket of Luke Ali, breaking that partnership. Quite vital indeed.
Well, Luke Ali is gone. He's gone for 8. And as I mentioned, having these sort of players in your team that they are team players. They understand their roles and they understand at times, listen, we need you to do certain things for the team. It's like yesterday we look at Jamaica playing and we saw Vogo opening the ball for them. He's not really an opening bowler. He did a fine job bowling 6 overs for 8 runs, and we never saw him again for the rest of the game. But we're seeing Achilles Brong here. He's operating. Obviously, I'm not faster than Mr. Vogel from Jamaica, but a good lifting delivery to Luke Ali. Couldn't do anything to it other than edging it to Morris.
So Kyle Ramdu, wicketkeeper batter for Trinidad and Tobago, finds himself in the middle early again. Didn't score yesterday. Got out for a duck off 4 deliveries. So certainly he'll be looking to form a partnership. With Joshua Davis. Just rebuild and get to a formidable target here for Trinidad and Tobago. Swanee hits it down the ground and it goes all the way as well. So Kyle Ramdu not messing around. A pitch stop delivery on that occasion from Achilles Brong, and Kyle Ramdu up to the task. Magnificently played with a straight bat down the ground for 6.
Well, it's a really good shot, a shot of authority. Just got to the crease, but he looks like he was in the nets on the right side of the ground. But that's a good shot. Just his second delivery, he's gone down the ground with Achilles Brong.
umpire seemed to have signaled 4, did he? 6? Oh, he signaled 6, yeah. Seeing 4 on the screen, but it actually went all the way for 6. So, fuller but slower that time there. Similar delivery, but a lot slower from Achilles Brown. So he's showing all his tricks here as he overcomes to an end. A score moves to 46 for 3 after 11 overs. So Preston Clark, the new bowler, he had a miserly outing yesterday at Park Hill. 10 overs, 10 runs and 2 wickets to his name as well. Bit of off spin to start things off here. So the first spinner introduced for the day, Preston Clark. We mentioned we were interested to see how spin would play today after 15 wickets went down to spin yesterday.
Haven't seen him for the 2 day. He came in yesterday and immediately did some good work for the team. So Barbados, they're playing 4 spins today. This is Preston Clark. Saurav Rawal is playing. Nathan Seeley. Zishan Matara. Out today, Zion Brathwaite, Akeem McCollins, and Unika Smith. Tall guy, uses the pitch pretty well, flights the ball well. I say put a little bit more revs on the ball, but that one just going over the guy at slip, and the keeper could get 2. Easy 2.
Well, it was badly lined, just wasn't able to make sufficient contact to get it away to that square leg area. Just rolled up on his arm and trickling away for 2 runs. Fielders seem interested. It's one a bit of an inside edge. Running down to that fine leg area, Joshua Dawn pulls it in. That time bat on that occasion to end the over. 50 coming up as well for Trinidad and Tobago. Score moves to 50 for 3 after 12 overs. So again, the scoring rate isn't bad for Trinidad and Tobago. They are scoring about 4 runs and over, 4.17 to be exact. But the wicket column, 3 wickets already this morning.
Stacey mentioned good scoring rate. 4.17 or so.
Yeah, if they continue on this rate, they can get up to at least 209 thereabout. But
which
just
will definitely be a good score here at this ground.
So Achilles Brown to continue. Bit of a surprise package for Barbados, picking up that wicket as well of Luke Ali. The keeper this time coming up to the stump.
A little bit surprised he's coming up to the stump after that delivery that he bowled to Luke Ali to pick up his wicket.
Seems to be a bit of a plan to bowl very full to him. Maybe take some pace off the ball as well. We saw at the end of that last over after the 6 runs, Achilles Brown bowled a similar delivery, but he took all the pace off it. But Ramdu was aware of what he was doing and he defended it consciously. So maybe it's a bit of a plan. You see the field setting as well. They have Kyron King and Sealy position at long off and long on respectively in hopes of taking a catch. Hopes of him holding out to one of these fielders on the boundary. It's also a fielder, Zishan Matara, position on that mid-wicket boundary. Seems to be a plan to set up Kyle Ramdu here, Kesrick.
He looks like that type of player likes to go down the ground. And as long as he's given the opportunity to go down the ground, he looks like he's never really in fear.
It's full, but he plays it along the carpet. Just get a single. So, must say, so far so good from Kyle Ramdu. Deciding to not take on those fielders, just park his ego aside, not allowing a chance to these Barbados batters. Bowler, sorry. So similar field setting, just Nathan Sealy is in the circle at mid-off and there's a fielder at fine leg instead for Joshua Davis. It's a bit too straight there and walked off the pads by Joshua Davis. I just think the bowlers haven't been full enough to him today, Kesrick. He's 14 off 22, but we have highlighted the tendency of him to kind of play around his pads. So a fuller length it should be more effective to Joshua Davis.
Looks a lot more comfortable than the other batters here, Kyle Randu.
Yes, so well negotiated that over, I must say, by these two batters. We saw the plan from Trinidad, from Barbados. They didn't fall into it. Trinidad and Tobago 53 for 3 after 13 overs.
I would wonder when would Nathan Sealy decide to give Achilles Brown a rest. I think he's doing a fine job, but there must be a point where you would decide to give him a break. I would say give him one more over, see what happens, and then tell him thank you. Could probably look at him in the middle, the power play, second power play, to give him a few more overs, seeing that he could bowl those slower balls, off-speed deliveries, those cutters.
Yeah, it might be a case of just trying to find the right combination for Nathan Sealy and Barbados outfit. As Preston Clarks comes in, I'll continue after that. They are missing Renico Smith from this lineup. And yesterday, I did mention that the opening bowlers were very expensive. Went for 95 between them in just 13 overs. They did start well today. Prescott, though, couldn't really find his rhythm very early. Swan is in the air. Is it gonna be taken? Yes, it is. So Kyle Ramdu, we were just praising how he played that over to Achilles Brown, not giving a chance to the fielders on the boundary, and here he is holding out to that man at long on. Disappointing shot really from Kyle Ramdu.
It's all about understanding the game, being aware of the situation, play the situation to what it requires. And he's gone. Good catch down there by Prescott.
Yeah, Kyron King actually ran around quite well to his left, settle under it and take it quite calmly in the end. So Kyle Ramdu taking on Preston Clark and not surviving. Andrew Rambaran, the new batter, and if ever they needed a knock from him that spells calm and composure, it is today, as they are 53 for 4.
Well, he's gone for 9. He has no excuse there. Flighted delivery from Clark. Could have been pushed down the ground, the offside. Pick up 1, understanding the situation, knowing what you required, knowing what the team requires.
Yes, and one of the things to highlight yesterday as well in round 1, none of the teams were able to bat their full 50 overs. Guyana fell really close, being bowled out within 49.5 overs, but still 1 extra ball. None of the teams were able to bat their full 50 overs. So here we go again, Trinidad and Tobago, looking as if they might not be able to do that today. And it's very important that you bat as many deliveries as possible. Try and put runs on the board. So batting your full 50 overs is quite vital in this competition.
And as I rightly mentioned, the current run rate always drops every time it passes the first 10 overs or so when spin is being introduced. We saw that yesterday, and we're seeing it today again. Unfortunately, it spells trouble because it's not just that the current run rate is dropping, they're also losing wickets. But it's the end of a successful Preston Clark over. Picked up the wicket of Kyle Rambaran. He's back in the hut for 9. The score is 53 for 4.
And that's the thing, Kesrick. You mentioned that point about the run rate keep falling, especially after the power play in between those overs. And you mentioned the spinners coming on into play, but it's the approach taken by the batters. Now Kyle Ramdu, as I mentioned, that over against Achilles Brown, he decided he's just going to play it along the ground, take a single. So what was so wrong with doing that on that occasion to Preston Clark, taking a single? If he had taken a single, he would have been there all now, still batting along with Joshua Davis. So the approach really needs to be adjusted in the middle. The mindset that the players come out with in that period after the power play certainly needs to be adjusted. As Achilles Brown has another over, it's Joshua Davis to face up to him. It's just recognizing that you're playing 50 overs. 15 overs have yet to be bowled. This is the 15th one actually being bowled right now. You have 35 more overs to bat. It's a lot of overs still, but you're losing wickets. That time. So Brown now to Rambaran. So Rambaran so far, he just played 2 deliveries, but he has implemented a similar template to yesterday. He's looking to leave those deliveries outside the off stump, not play at them. They're not threatening his stump. A slip now being employed. Joshua Dawn going into that slip area. So Achilles Brown should be motivated to just hang the ball outside the off stump a bit more to Rambaran, just to see if he'll be tempted into a drive. There you go. Just a bit outside the off stump, but nicely played by Rambaran to get off the mark. Got alongside it nicely to get the full face of the bat onto it to pick up a single there on that occasion, Rambaran.
Again, we're seeing Joshua Davis, still that technical flaw that we have been talking about earlier on. That front leg getting way across is somewhat like he's playing around his pad. If he can still create that L, those deliveries can be pushed down the ground, because then he will have a free flow of the bat.
Full delivery. Wasn't able to take full advantage of that. Just a single.
Score is 56 for 4. It's the end of the over. Just having a little bit of technical difficulty here in the box.
So Preston Clark to continue. Joshua Davis has been there for some time. Bit of a hack across the line on that occasion there. Maybe he's been there for some time. Joshua Davis needs a willing ally, and he'll be hoping that Rambaran can produce much of the same as he did yesterday for Trinidad and Tobago in his knock of 39. They certainly need a big partnership. And I look at that shot of Kyle Ramdu, Kesrick, and something that comes to my mind is role definition. Coming in at that point of time, at number 5, Kyle Ramdu, he was prepared to play his shots. So I'm saying to myself, what role is he playing at number 5? Is he coming in and look to take on the bowlers? Or is he coming in at number 5 to bring some sort of stability? So far in his knock, he look as if he has come out. He came out to take on the bowlers rather in that number 5 position, play some counter attacking strokes.
At this level stage, I think no matter what role a player has to play, you need to have some sort of accountability when you're at the crease. Being able to assess the situation and play to the situation. You can still be aggressive, but do it in a smarter way. You have to understand the situation that your team is in and play to that situation, especially if you know you're one of those aggressive players. Take a little bit more time. Get yourself in, and then you could start that counter-attack.
Yes, that's the next point I was coming to. Whether your role, whether you are deemed as a big hitting batter, the over comes to an end 58 for 4. For 4 after 16. So role clarity we already established is very important in a team. But even if your role is to play, to perform a certain way, you still have to be aware of the situation that your team is in and adjust to suit it. So Kyle Ramdu, he came out and he was prepared to basically counter-attack. Yes, he played a really good stroke for 6 down the ground off Achilles Brown, but delivery was there for it. Then decided to do the same against Preston Clark, much slower bowler on that occasion, a spin bowler and off spinner as well. So Seeley with the ball in hand, you've been asking for it, Kesrick, to see the spinners operating more. So it's Nathan Seeley, left arm spinner into the attack, skipper leading his charges quite well, in a really good position as well, so he'll be hoping that he can build on that. Starts a bit too full. It's played out to cover by Rambaran. We'll remember his dismissal yesterday. A full delivery he received from Israel Morton from Leeward Islands and just played it to that man, placed that short cover. So he won't want to make such a mistake here today against the likes of Nathan Seeley and the other spinners in this lineup. A left arm spinner as well, Israel Morton. Still a bit too full, Nathan Seeley. Still over pitching there on that occasion. Luckily just a single. So hasn't quite landed the deliveries thus far in this over, Nathan Seeley. Diving effort by Prescott. Not Prescott, sorry. I think it's Michael.
Something that's really strange about Seeley is that he's actually flighting the ball a little bit more in this format.
Yeah, I think
been asking for in the 2-day.
Yeah, we have made mention, as he always completed 62 for 4. We have made mention of the fact that few of our co-commentators have made mention of the fact that in the 2-day version, they would love to see him use a bit more guile and flight the ball a lot more air when he's bowling in the 2-day version. And we're seeing he's doing that now in the 50 over version of things. It's usually a lot flatter and a lot quicker as well.
Exactly the style of bowling that you will need in this format. So far, so good though.
Yes, he overpitched a few in that over. He wasn't punished. But Clark to continue.
Clark, a tall lad. Still want to see him be a little bit more bouncy at the crease too. Put a little bit more rev on the ball. Use his height. Few things that he can work on. Looks a little bit too flat for me. Tall spinner. He should be able to extract a lot of bounce out of this pitch. Finding the edge this time. He runs down to the short third man boundary. Wouldn't get there. Run down by Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't have a person in slip for Joshua Davis or any of the batters really. They've been on top with their bowling, so I kind of expect that they'll just continue to be attacking. Now a fielder goes into slip for Andrew Rambaran, the left-handed batter. Yeah, very good connection. Really good connection from Andrew Rambaran. Goes all the way for 6. Certainly when it's a bad delivery, he's going to punish you, and he does so quite well to end the overs also.
A good shot to end the over. 6 to end the over from Rambaran. Swept well for 6.
This is Andrew Rambaran. Just looks like one of these players. You can tell when he's going to score runs, and he just always looks so measured, so composed when he comes to the middle. Almost looks as if no one can get him out. I mean, yesterday he basically took himself to get him out, just throwing that one in the hands of that man at short, at extra cover. So it's a really good shot from him out of nowhere, really. But one thing for sure, once it's a poor delivery, he's going to try and get maximum off it. So Sealy to continue. A bit flatter that time. Not as much flight as he did in that over before. To start. With given that time and crashed through the cover area, but just a single. So good movement, good use of the crease there by Joshua Davis, although it was just for 1. Shows that he has nimble feet. Feet is moving quite well. I've seen a lot of the batters come down the track to the spinners though.
That is something that we haven't seen a lot even over the 2-day tournament, and that one is a little short. Just pulling that one out to square. Not a lot of damage done.
Yeah, yesterday in Trinidad and Tobago innings, I can recall just once. I think it was Rambaran himself that used his feet and come down to the pitch of the ball to the spinner. Yeah. A really good that ball to finish the over there. He was back in position to play that similar shot on the back foot to the cover area. But just too close to play that shot. He's lucky to still be there. Joshua Davis.
Definitely too
the over
close
is
to
completed, 71 for 4.
Definitely too close to cut. We've seen a lot of these guys being bold in LBW from those sort of deliveries, coming wide of the crease and angling it into whether it's a left or right hander from the off spinners or the left arm spinners. Seen a lot of guys being struck on the pad like that, or bold.
Yeah, just going back on that point about using your feet. You know, he had great players like Brian Lara who would use his feet to negate any spin threat from the spinners often. But recently I noticed with these youngsters, not a lot of them are prepared to leave their crease, to play that spin, to try and negate that early spin movement from the bowlers. It's something surely that a lot of them can work on. Nice hands there by Rambaran to get a single. Bit of a delicate dab there.
Here we see again Stacey as soon as spin is being introduced, not only the lost wickets, but the run rate dropped tremendously. And it seems very limited whenever batting the spin. But I really want to see how they're going to go through this second period of the game. Because there's Preston Clark, there's Nathan Seeley, there's Zishan Matara, the leg spinner, and then there's Sarav Royal. So that's 4 spinners they can use for the second power play. So I'm wondering how Trinidad would manage through this second power play, because it's going to be all spin, it seems like.
And that's the thing, I haven't quite seen a lot of turns so far. It's probably just the slow nature of the deliveries that has really tested the batters. A lot of the batters prefer pace coming onto the bat. We've seen that. Although, in the 2-day version of things, the Pacers really had a good time of it out there. Seeley continuing to Rambaran. Fuller driven nicely. They look for 2. Certainly not on. Good chase by the fielder there at point. Use of the feet that time by Joshua Davis. We were just talking about not seeing a lot of batters use their feet, are not confident enough to use their feet to the spinners. Joshua Davis just tripping down the track there, getting a bit of an inside edge to the onside on that occasion though. Movement back into left-handed batter. Stifled appeal, but no bat onto that one, although it landed just short of Joshua Don. Firmly behind it that time, Rambaran. Looking to drive it through the offside. It's a bit of an inside edge. Not in control of that shot, certainly. Just remember, a left arm spinner accounted for the wicket of Rambaran yesterday, when he didn't look as if he was going to get out at all. At one point in time, I thought he would have batted through the entire innings. Oh, played uppishly, just landing short of Kyle Jordan. At short mid-wicket. So wonder if it went to hand. The expression by Nathan Seeley suggests that it did. Wondering if it's a missed opportunity, a chance gone down.
It's the end of the over though. It's a 75 for 4. Preston Clark is back with ball in hand.
Yeah, so it was a drop catch actually by Kyle Jordan. I thought it just fell short of him, but it was a pretty low chance that he wasn't able to hold on to. So Joshua Davis is still there fighting for his team as Preston Clark is about to continue. This one is short, it's pulled, not timed well, so it won't get to the boundary.
Looking at the Trinidad team, I'm not really seeing a clear plan in how they want to score against these spinners. I don't think there's a lot of mystery in the bowling, but there must be some sort of plan. And that one just guided past the keeper. This could be 2. Chased down by Kyle Jordan. Still want to see the guys being a little bit more positive against the spin. Want to see a clear plan in how you're going to score.
Yeah, and on positive, it doesn't mean you have to hit every ball for a boundary. You have to show purpose. Show purpose that you have intent to score. Drop with your soft hands, find the gap more regularly as well. So you need to see more of that from these two batters. They are in a bit of a rebuilding stage. They did lose 4 wickets quickly, 2 quite quickly after the drinks break as well. So they are in a bit of a rebuilding stage, but we still want to see more purpose from these two batters. So I agree with you, Kesrick. Use of the feet that time, again from Joshua Davis. Seems that he's getting more confident, and as he gets more confident, he's prepared to use his feet.
And again, the big slug sweep. It's a 4. He likes it there. He likes anything full on the leg stump. It's like he's a big sweeper of the ball, and it's a good shot. It's 4 runs.
Again, another errant in line of delivery to finish the over by Preston Clark. The one before was hit for a 6 in the last ball of his last over. And that occasion, this time just going for 4. And anything on that line, Rambaran, he plays it quite well. He knows it isn't threatening his stump and no chance of an LBW as well. So he's prepared to go down and play it in that vacant area behind backward square. So really good execution again from Rambaran. Can't get it in the gap on that occasion, Joshua Davis. 2 deliveries bowl, and I really saw 2 singles at least being scored off those deliveries. That vacant gap at cover is open. And again, just not trying to get it into that gap, trying to get it to the onside on that occasion, Joshua Davis. But again, that gap is wide open. Doesn't need to hit it in the air. You can really press forward and get it into that gap and pick up an easy single. Just a bit of a communication needed between him and his non-striker, Andrew Rambaran.
It's a lot of singles on offer here, but it's about picking those gaps. There's a gap between point and extra cover. You can always stroke the ball between the bowler and the guy at extra cover, which is Achilles Brown, using your feet, coming down the pitch, punching it through both guys at point and cover.
Yeah, and it's a left arm spinner operating as well. So instead of trying to hit it hard through that area, just use the angle of the wider deliveries and just get it into that gap for an easy single. See, similar to that, he could have been looking for a single there. Had he been looking to try to get a single, probably would have played it into that gap and picked up a single.
Picking up the singles is one thing; it's having the skill to actually execute it.
This time he goes down the ground and he picks up a single to finish the over. The score moves to 84 for 4. It's also a water break. The end of the 20th, or the end of the 23rd over. So water break, the score moves to 84 for 4, and we will also take a quick break. And when we come back, more action between Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados.
we're back here at the Arnisville playing field. Seraph Warrell is with ball in hand. Jersey look a little bit big, too big for him though. He's a very small guy.
You would say that. You're always so tight, Kesrick.
Yeah, I try to keep it fitted.
So Warrell picked up 2 wickets, 22 runs in his 5 overs yesterday at Park Hill.
I think he's one of those bowlers that really put good revs on the ball. His approach to the crease is nice. You could see the release point. Release it at the top. So he put good revs on the ball. He spins the ball as well. Probably think he's one of the better off spinners in this tournament. I could stretch it to say probably one of the better spinners, him and Gulcher and Chulai. You don't really have a lot of wickets to back it, but boy, oh boy, his approach. And boy, oh boy, he just picked up a wicket. First over. I'm wondering if I'm a magician, Stacey.
I mean, Joshua Davis really just gave it away there. He got himself into an awkward position, looking to swivel and play that to the onside. And it was really a straight delivery that he should have been looking to play straight. I mean, wow, Joshua Davis, I mean, got himself into a really awkward position there. Let's see the replay once more. He played very early, looking to play for a turn very early, and got himself into an awkward position, caught on the crease. Really could have gone nowhere, and it was an easy decision in the end by umpire Foster from Jamaica. So another batter goes back. The score moves to 84 for 5. It's right after a drinks break as well. How often have we seen this? A wicket falling right after a break. Yeah, I think he knew he was out. Don't think I would have waited for the umpire to send me. Actually, it's a new batter, Fariz Ali. He scored 12 runs yesterday. Looked pretty decent for his 12 runs. Looked like a top-order batter, in fact, the way he approaches innings.
In a situation where you know you're so out that you didn't even wait on the umpire.
I think I would have been walking right away with that. So Warrell again into Fariz Ali. He looked really good to the spinners yesterday, Fariz Ali. Yes, the spinner did account for his wicket, but for his 12 runs at the crease, he was very sure in his footwork whether to go back or come forward to the spin.
I'm going to ask a question, Stacey. I was asked the question, so I'm going to ask you. But it's the end of the over. It's 84 for 5. But the question I would ask you, would you have reviewed it, Stacey?
Why would I review it? I think I don't think I would have reviewed it had I been the last batter out. I mean, that was dead. That was really full. I mean, I think he was walking before the umpire raised his hand. I think he was disappointed as well in the decision.
Probably one of the easiest decisions ever.
Yeah, it was a really easy decision. I'm not sure if he was playing for a turn, expecting the ball to turn. It was really far across his crease. The entire wicket was blocked off by him and looking to play it across the line. I mean, when you get yourself in that position already, you've already made the error. The best thing to do is go straight. Why then try to go across the line? This one is short, played straight to Achilles. Is it Jataria Prescott? Sorry, but he's put it down. A brilliant effort from him indeed.
That would have been a stunner.
Certainly so. Almost back-to-back wickets again. A very short delivery. He's been pulling quite nicely.
Really good effort here.
Almost pull it to that tall man there, Prescott, at square leg. Well, he did pull it to him. Bit of an inside edge as well. Almost going back into the stump. So all of a sudden, after that drinks break, a bit of life being injected here for Barbados.
Still wondering. Stacey is talking about position that he's in. I don't know what position it was. It's one of those positions that it's even hard to get yourself in that position as a batter. Seeing it, it's probably the first time. If it's the first time I would ever want to be an umpire, it's that decision, that time. It's the easiest decision I've ever seen on a cricket field.
Yeah, very healthy partnership as well between the two. 31 runs, much needed, but now it's broken. And a chance now for Nathan Seeley and company. There you go again, just what I was talking about for Ali. He always looks sure about his footwork, whether to go back or forward to the spinners. That takes him off the mark as well. Not single into that area, not cover. This one was bowled quite fast and flat. A bit of concentration probably evading young Joshua Davis as well. We've seen a number of times right after a break a wicket falling, and right away wicket falling in that over after the drinks break. So full delivery kept out by Fariz Ali. To end the over as well. 87 for 5. So a lot rests on the shoulder of Rambaran once more. Yesterday they managed to get to 108. They'll certainly be looking for a lot more than that. I like this from Nathan Seeley. A new batter on strike. He's called that man into the mid-off circle. Full delivery, and oh my goodness, it's the softest of dismissal. We've seen one of the weirdest dismissals prior, and now one of the softest dismissal, a full delivery and just catching practice back to the bowler, Saurav Warrell. So Fariz Ali couldn't be a willing ally to Andrew Rambaran, much like yesterday, and he goes back. Saurav Warrell causing a lot of trouble to these Trinidadian batters.
The most I can say is Saurav Warrell. I've been telling you about this youngster. Not the best of deliveries, but he's a type of bowler that uses the crease. He flights the ball well, too much in that occasion, but he puts good revs on the ball. And he's a very persistent bowler, and he picks up the wicket. Easy catch to him, as Stacey said a while ago. Catch in practice. Score is now 88 for 6.
Saurav Warrell is making this look so easy. He's come onto the ball, and within the space of 8 deliveries, he's picked up 2 wickets. Captain Orlando James has a lot to do. Him and Andrew Rambaran. 6 wickets down now for 88 runs. It's another appeal. And in the midst of all that, the batter sneak a single as well. Umpire saying not out to that one. We mentioned yesterday 15 wickets fall into spin. So far today, what I'm seeing, yes, Saurav Warrell has come in and picked up 2 quick wickets. But it's just been poor judgment by the batters so far, accounting for those 2 wickets.
Spins the ball really well, and he looks to spin the ball as well. You can see the effort, the revs that he's putting on the ball. I mentioned a couple of days ago that Sarah Warrell and Gulcharan Shulai, I even mentioned it this morning. I think both guys are probably the better spinners in this tournament. I mean, he haven't really backed up in terms of the wicket, but it's the effort, the energy, what he's doing with the ball is what I really like.
Nicely done there by Rambaran. We've been talking about them getting singles in that area. A lot of them were on offer earlier. Rambaran using soft hands, a delicate touch into the offside to pick up a single. So the over is completed. 90 for 6 after 25 overs.
Still no Zishan Matara. That's the amount of bowlers that these guys have at their disposal. Achilles Brown coming in to do a job for his skipper. Not really a main bowler in the setup, but he's a utility player. If you need him to go and keep, he will do that as well. And he came in and he bowled a really good spell. Picked up a wicket as well. But Sarah Warrell came in, picked up 2. Preston Clark picked up 1. Nathan Seeley still wicketless, but operating well. Zishan Matara out there at a backward square. Well, he's moving a bit to a conventional square leg now. Still haven't bowled as yet. Is it square leg or point? Well, that would be point for Zishan Matara.
Seeley hasn't picked up a wicket so far in the tournament. Bowled 7 overs for 14 runs. Didn't pick up a wicket as well as Parkhill, but continues to be economical. This one ill-directed. Just played off the pads. I believe umpire Rambaran will signal leg by. Yes, he does. So Orlando James, the skipper, younger brother of Joshua James. Hard-hitting batter, Joshua James. Plays in the CPL as well. Have you played any cricket with Joshua James, Kesrick?
I played a few games here in VPL, never played with him in CPL. Played here in VPL, probably one of the biggest sixes ever here in VPL. Joshua James is presently playing for Antigua and Barbuda Falcons in this year's CPL, the new franchise here in CPL. But it's the end of another over. The score is 92 for 6.
Yeah, with the introduction of the spinners, wickets have fallen at regular intervals, and the runs have dried up as well. So Orlando James, brother of Joshua James, he'll be hoping that he can bring some of his power or match his power from the power that his brother has in this innings. But first, needs to play the situation of the game. Use of the feet edge, and he's gone. So Saurav Worrell continues in his wicket-taking ways, and Orlando James looking to take it down the ground. gets an edge and an easy catch taken by Kyle Jordan. He had a harder one that he dropped previously of the bowling of Nathan Seeley. This one didn't require a lot of effort. So another wicket goes down. 7th one down now.
Down the pitch he goes. Didn't really get to the pitch of that one. Only could have find the edge. Saraf picking up another wicket. He's doing a fine job here for his skipper Nathan Seeley.
So the new batter is Jason Agard, a left-arm seamer in this lineup. Oh, there's a lot of work left to be done for these Trinidad and Tobago batters. At one point in time, it looked as if a recovery effort was on. A partnership of 31 between Rambaran and Joshua Davis. And since that wicket of Joshua Davis, we've seen 2 other wickets fall quite quickly. After that, Orlando James, a skipper, I mean, he really should have been looking to bat time with Andrew Rambaran, who's well set and is still there. But just like yesterday, he is unable to find a willing partner to stay and support him. He found that in Joshua Davis. And since Joshua Davis' dismissal, no one has stayed to try and fight for Trinidad and Tobago. So Jason Agard, new batter. Saurav Worrell is really turning it on here at the Annisvale playing field. Oh, and another one. There's another one. And he's now on a hat trick. So Saurav Worrell has really turned the game on its head. At one point in time, Trinidad and Tobago looked as if they were recovered well, and the introduction of Saurav Worrell has seen 4 quick wickets falling. And my oh my, he's now on a hat trick. Saurav Worrell has really turned it on here with his off spin for Barbados. Yeah, really good catch. Kesrick Williams, co-commentator, has really praised Saurav Worrell. The fact that he's a genuine off-spin of the ball. And he uses his space very well. He varies it also. Uses the length well as well. That one, a bit of width offered. And a really good catch as well from Joshua Morris up close. It's not easy to take a catch that close. Yes, you're a wicket keeper, but that flashing blade of Jason Agard in your eyesight. So a really good take there from Joshua Morris as well. So Saurav Worrell now on a hat trick, and look at Nathan Seeley, captaincy in action, right away recognizing that his bowler is on a hat trick. He has 2 slips, close in fielders around the bat as well.
This could be the second hat trick we're seeing here from the Barbados team. The first one in Zishan Matara in the 2-day tournament. Now we're seeing a possibility of another hat trick here from Saurav Worrell, both spinners. It's not the hat trick ball that we're looking for.
Yes, Adian Racha has made his way to the middle. Some heat Trinidad and Tobago's feeling right now, not from a fast bowler, but a diminutive of spinner in Saurav Worrell. 2 slips still employed. Just hasn't found his line to the left-handed batter. Maybe trying too hard, and that's expected. Oh, he gets the edge, but just short there. So Adian Racha survives. And 2 wickets coming in that over. Trinidad and Tobago reeling 92 for 8.
Really good work here. It's a successful over, pretty good over. I'd be surprised if the skipper himself, here he comes, I was just about to say Zishan Matara. A little bit of a leg spin, so it's spin after spin after spin. And who would really wrong them for doing it? The fast bowler started pretty well at the top. And as expected, I mentioned earlier the 4 spinners that they have in the lineup, and they would use them throughout the second power play. And they're doing just that. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, have they shined. They have been flying, the Barbados team, ever since the introduction of Saurav Rowell. I've been asking for it. Nathan Seeley delivered. So to Saurav Rowell, he delivered, Stacey.
Yeah, so Zishan Matara now to Andrew Rambaran, the left-hander. He goes in the air, it's aerial, it's over that man. Can he get to it? Just over his head. King, a valiant effort as well, pulling it back in. So Rambaran looks prepared to take on the leg spin of Zishan Motara. So might as well have a go. Try and get the scoring rate up. They are falling dangerously behind. They are 94 for 8. Don't think that will pose any sort of threat to this Barbados batting attack. This one kept a bit low. I mean, you might say that yesterday 108 was defended by Trinidad and Tobago, but different surface, different team. So they certainly be looking for a lot more runs than what they have on the board right now. This one is hit much better. A much better connection that time from Andrew Rambaran and goes over that man head, Kyron King.
Well, it's a really good shot, but it's a field placement I would be discussing here. I mean, after that first shot, you would want to push back the long off. So you have deep mid wicket, deep square leg, long off and long on.
You really must applaud the effort by Andrew Rambaran so far in this 50-over tournament. I mean, he has stood up in the toughest of times. Still unable to find the willing partners. There's a misfield there by the man, of the moment. Saurav Warrell.
Should be in high
I
energy.
think his skipper might forgive him for that, after picking up 4 wickets.
He
but
should
still,
be in high energy.
Yeah, still, you want to clean those up. But the new batter is on strike, Adrian Ratcher. If he picks up that wicket now, Motara, he won't mind that misfield so much.
I mean, when you think about Nathan Seeley and his captain, just probably one little mistake I'm seeing here that I would probably think about. Fair enough, there's not a Chris Gale at the crease, so you can bowl the leg spinners. But the fact that you have 2 right-handers at the crease, I probably would have brought back the Preston Clark, giving him a chance. The ball is spinning across both batters.
I agree with you. 2 left-handers at the crease. He certainly could have gone for your other half spinner, but he's opted for his leg spinner, Zishan Motara. What I like about him so far, he's willing to give all his bowlers a chance. And yes, in modern day cricket, I mean, as a bowler, whether you're a leg spinner or left-arm bowler, you should be able to bowl to any sort of batter, right-handed, left-handed. So Andrew Rambaran took a liking to Matara in that over. Managed to take 7 runs off that over as well. It's 99 for 8 after 29 overs as Saurav Warrell searching for a 5th. We've seen 2 5-wicket haul in this tournament so far, both by off spinners actually. Mavenja Dindyal from Guyana took a 5-wicket haul here yesterday, and Joshua Davis took 5 wickets over at Sion Hill.
While it's a healthy discussion, Stacey, in terms of giving everybody a fair chance, you still have to also play the situation and play what's in front of you, understanding what is required.
Just on that, after Warrell bowls his delivery, just on that, yesterday, Leeward Islands, it looked like they could have probably rolled Trinidad and Tobago for less than 100. But instead of bringing back one of his pacers, he persisted with his spinners. He's looking across the line and appeal. I don't think there was any bat on it. Yes, umpire Foster. He's having a good day so far. An easy day, but a good day indeed. Yes, so they didn't go back to one of their main threatening bowlers. Yes, the spinners did do the job in the end, but I was thinking, had he brought back maybe one of his pacers, Nathan Edward, particularly to Fariz Ali, who went on to score 12 runs, a valuable 12 runs in the end, in that partnership with Rambaran, and he looked pretty comfortable against the spinner. Maybe I wanted to see how he would have reacted had a pacer come on. 100 runs up as well for Trinidad and Tobago in that over. So it's very important, as you say, playing the situation of the game, recognizing the occasion to wrap up things quickly, and using the bowlers that will more than likely give you the result that you're searching for. So I do agree with you there, Kesrick. The over is completed. 100 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago, after 29 overs. 30 overs, I beg your pardon. So who would you like to see on the ball? You said Preston Clark.
It's
two left-handers.
It's about playing the situation and understanding what's in front of you and what's required. You have an extra off spinner in your team in Preston Clark. Surav is operating well. He came in and he picked up 4 quick wickets. A few of those wickets to right-handers as well. So we'd probably give Preston Clark the ball now.
A stifled appeal there, but of course that one was going down leg. So
he spins the ball away from these left-handers. Delivery is going away with always brings Chet to a left-arm batter. The ball coming back in would be a little bit easier for the left-handers. Hence the reason why Christopher Henry Gale is so feared around the world. As soon as he sees left-arm spinners or like spinners being introduced and he's at the wicket, start licking his chops.
Wide on that occasion. A bit of bonks as well from Mutara. Almost chops it onto his stump on that occasion. Just 4 fielders out, Sealy. As Rambaran is prepared to take on Mutara when he pitches it up. He goes fabulously well, inside out. Magnificent stroke from a man in form, Andrew Rambaran. Amazing.
Really good shot. It was flighted and he got to the pitch of it.
I was just saying, he's prepared to take him on when the delivery is pitched up. You see, Sealy decided to send that man back at long off, and he has said, I can still find a vacant gap over cover. So, and that's where he went in that region. So really smart batting from Andrew Rambaran.
It's really a good shot. I mean, he got to the pitch of it. Good connection. All intention to get it over extra cover and to hit it for 6. For me, looking at this field now, Zishan Matara is not looking to get hit nowhere behind deep square. Everything has been flighted on top of off stump or foot stump. So my thing is, you will get the point. You can leave Preston probably at extra cover. And you could take up the square leg and push back this guy on the boundary as well.
Yeah, definitely too short to have the batter in any sort of 2 minds there on that occasion. And Adrian Ratcher just defends it. The over comes to an end, 108 for 8. And what you're seeing now from Andrew Rambaran is maturity. He's decided to control the innings. So that delivery that he took a single off of, he probably could have played the same stroke and get a boundary off of it. He decided it's a full delivery. I can take a single and I can give Ratcher 1 delivery to face in that last over. So it's worked out quite well So far for him, Rambaran, as he faces the threatening Saurav Warrell now. Full, swept, but there's a field out there. He takes the single off the first ball. Well, I was just speaking about him taking control of the innings, but he's trusting his partner, Adrian Racha. Still another wicket to play with if he falls. So Rambaran on 41. Yesterday he made 39. Really has been the batter in form for Trinidad and Tobago. Scored the only 100. Scored the only 100 in the two-day format as well. So far, Adrian Racha is negotiating things quite well. He's looking to survive, and that is really what is required from him at this point in time. So one is a bit too short and wide also. So wide signal by umpire Foster. Change of angle from Saurav Warrell coming over the wicket now to the left-handed batter. Wow, nice line there. Just pitching and leaving the left-handed batter to finish the over. 110 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago. A fighting Rambaran on 41.
This is good fight here from Rambaran, trying to hold things together here for Trinidad.
Yeah, I suspected after the over the change would come. And Preston Clark, as you were calling for it, seems as if you're plugged up to Nathan Seeley, Kesrick. I mean, he's listening to you, he heard you, and he's decided he's going to use his two off spinners in tandem.
It's all about understanding what is required, and Nathan Seeley, as I mentioned earlier, he's a good skipper. He knows what he wants to do. He understands what he has to do as a skipper. And it don't take him long to realize certain situation and what is required.
Starts too wide. Had he gotten back onto that, he would have seen another boundary. Just too wide to start from Preston Clark. Still 4 fielders out. That man that was at square leg. There's a fielder now in that cover area instead. Yes, I like to see him just get it up some more. Preston Clark to Rambaran. Yeah, that area isn't bad, but delicate touch there from Rambaran to get a single.
Still probably want to see him come over the wicket though, instead of bowling a wrong. The thing is, Rambaran is a good player of the sweep shot. So anything too straight, he would sweep. Your square leg is up. He's very good over cover. but sometimes he go pretty loosely over cover. I would say come over the wicket and then go across him, and then that one that spins away from him. Quick single.
It's very interesting
Easily
there.
at the end.
Sorry, very interesting that I think a single. They could have taken a single with the delivery before, and they decided to take a single just then. So Rambaran is back on strike. I believe this is the last ball of the over as well. He knows what he's doing out there, and he finds another gap to pick up another single. So that ends the over. The score is 113 for 8. 114 for 8, sorry. So Saurav Worrell searching for a 5th wicket and also searching to wrap things up for Barbados. They're 2 wickets away from that. Score has moved up to 114. Some going to sweep that time, Rambaran.
He's really having a good spell here, Worrell. He's done a fantastic job for his skipper. And again, talking about fantastic, and that's a shot of class. He likes it there. He likes it on his legs. He likes it on the leg stump. Anything strained down the leg side, he would sweep, and he would go big for 6.
Just absolutely brilliant from Rambaran. He used the crease well. He came across the crease and decided he's going to play it over to the leg side. Amazing shot from the youngster. He's 1 away from a half century. He'll deserve that half century as well. The way he's batting, I mean, if he had partners with him, you probably would see him scoring 100 quite easily. Just the way he looks every time he comes out to bat.
I mean, he maximized the crease pretty well coming across. Something very brave to do against the bowler who's been picking up wickets. He's picking up singles as well, doing pretty well, and that's his 50.
Yeah,
that's his 50 here. Well played under pressure. He played in his comfort zone. He understand what was required for them to get out of this, this dim, dark position. He now brought himself his team up to 121 runs. He scored a 50, and he's doing a fantastic job. He needs to continue, but he's running out of partners. Need to have someone to stay there with him to continue to get them to a good total.
Yeah, 121 now for 8, and Rambaran has looked unperturbed since he has come to the middle. He's so measured in his approach. He knows what he's doing. He's so confident as well in his execution, and that seems to be the difference in this Trinidad and Tobago outfit. The way he has come out, and the way he continues to play for them. He really needed about 2 other persons to stand up and bat with him from the top order. He's now gone on to 50. Must say congrats to him. Well-deserved half century. He deserved the one yesterday as well. Gave it away quite early. Gave it away at 39. He decided he's going to go. King is back into the action. Some fast bowling now. Wide to start. He's decided that he's going to press on and take it as far as deep as possible for Trinidad and Tobago.
Immediately down the leg side, Kyron King. Not a bad change here from Nathan Seeley to bring back your Seymour. 8 wickets down.
And the way the field is set, I don't suspect anything will be pitched up to Rambaran. I beg to differ. He's pitched that one up. The two fielders are in the circle. It's a very square. The field is set very square. Men at fine leg, deep third, square leg, and a man at cover. So he's lucky that Rambaran didn't latch on to that run and take it straight down the ground. So Racha on strike now to King. This goes full to him. And since Racha has come to the middle, he doesn't really look to go at the bowling, which is really what is required of him. Just needs to be supportive to Rambaran. He's doing a really good job for his team so far. He's just scored 1 run since he's come out to bat. I don't think the Trinidadians will mind that too much if he can be a partner for Rambaran at the other end. Just walk to the onside to get his second run of his batting innings. It's valuable runs being scored here.
He's doing exactly what is required of him. Being the support here for Rambaran, who's on 51. Really played a good innings. The fight, played to his strengths, swept the ball well, used his feet well. Something that we've been asking for against the spinners throughout this tournament. Now it's another wide from King. I've seen a few wides today, Stacey.
Yes, a number of wides, particularly from Prescott in his opening spell. I did mention that the opening pair for Barbados, they haven't quite found it in this white ball tournament so far. So certainly they'll be searching to find their best rhythm, looking ahead to the rest of this tournament. So King changing angles, coming around the wicket now to Rambaran. Angling it into the left-handed batter. Picking up a leg by as well. So at the back end of it all, Barbados is just kind of losing some control. A bit of counter-attack off the bat of Rambaran and a very stable Racha at the other end, searching to pick up those last 2 wickets. It's a full delivery, but still, you see, he's not looking to take on the bowler. He's not looking to risk it and lose his wicket.
It's about being smart, Stacey. Understanding what's your job here now. You're with someone who's batting who's on 51. There's no need to do anything out of the ordinary. It's just a matter of just staying there, occupying the crease, play within your limits, and just take Trinidad to a good total. It's just 34 overs. Well, that's the 35th over now. Still 15 overs left.
Yeah, what you saw in that over from Kyron King, I mean, usually he's pretty short, but I think he recognized that it'll take a lot of effort to get it up to the batter off this surface after 35 overs. So he's prepared to bowl it fuller. He's prepared to use variations as well. I think I spotted him taking some pace off the ball in one of two of those deliveries. So good thinking from King. The over is completed, 126 for 8. Worrell still searching for his fifth wicket, sorry. Yeah, what you see now, the captain has decided that area that Rambaran has scored a lot from. He's put a man there now. So if he wants to risk it, he'll have to hit it really well to get it over that fielder's head. So it's a risk that he'll have to take if he wants to. This time a delicate paddle from him. Really smart batting on display here from Rambaran. Just 2 runs. But you must applaud the smarts on display, the intelligence in batting on display from Rambaran.
Saw the field being set. Decide this time to just a little touch. Work it out. Not much, just 2.
Really good again. Really good shot. Didn't execute it as square as he wanted to. Went straighter, but not anywhere close to that field at on the long off boundary. Sorry. And what's admirable about this knock from Rambaran as well, although they have lost 8 wickets and 4 quick wickets as well, he still found a way to score. He's still prepared to find a way to score every over. So that's really admirable from my perspective. Some width offered there. Couldn't capitalize on it as the over is completed. 129 for 8. And I think I see a signal for drinks. So we'll have a drinks break as well. As you see, a bit of a recovery from Rambaran and Racha for support. 129 for 8 after 36. And we'll also take a quick break as well. So welcome back after the drinks break. Rambaran notching up his first half century of this 50 over tournament. Fighting partnership between him and Adrian Ratcher of 37. As King continuing to bowl. First ball after lunch, after drinks, a dot. Lunch might be on my mind pretty early here. Kesrick?
It is on my mind. I could remember about 15 years ago, I will never forget that. It was a trials for St. Vincent on the 19 team. Rain was falling. So it was a bit of a laughter between the coaches and the players. And the coach asked a question. All seriousness, guys. What's the best part of cricket for you? And one of the young men looked at their watch and they were like, well, coach, is getting close to lunch. And that's my favorite time. It's a bit sad, but it's the last time he had ever played for St. Vincent.
Free lunch.
The coach got upset. He said, listen, you can never be a serious young man. Lunch is your best time at cricket? Then you shouldn't come back. It's a bit sad to say, but it's funny now. But at that time, it wasn't funny for the young player because it was the last time he had ever played for St. Vincent after that.
So he never came back, or he was never selected?
He was never selected after that.
So what was his performance like? That's the question.
A very good performance. But your favorite time can't be for food.
Shot pulled straight to that man and he puts it down. So all the effort, a short ball finally comes. Rambaran plays a shot to it and that man positioned nicely. Had fine leg, McCullen. I think he's on the field for someone, puts it down.
After the praises that we have given to the Barbados team in terms of their feeling and their catching in this tournament, another one goes down. So 2 in this game now. One from keeper Morris and another one from McCullen's a substitute fielder who's on.
This one keeping a bit low, and I mean, he really worked hard for that wicket. A really good sequence of deliveries from Kyron King. He kept bowling it full, he kept pitching it up, and then he delivered that short one. Wasn't the best in terms of a line, but it almost produced the result that he was after. That man, McCullin, putting it down.
They have been doing very well in the field so far. This entire tournament. Just another one being spilled.
So 130 for 8, 1 run coming from that over post drinks. And Rambaran disappointed with that shot. He almost didn't want to go down to the non-striker's end after he played it. He was so disappointed in it. But he lives to fight another day, lives to fight another battle for Trinidad and Tobago. 130 now for 8 after 37 overs.
Warrior is still operating. Well, he's changing the feel again. He's been in and out here. I'm not sure what the skipper is requesting here, but it's been an up and down movement for Kyle Jordan because I think he's strategically placed in that position that Rambaran is really blistering, and this one just dabbed wrong to fine leg. He's playing pretty smart here, Rambaran. He goes for a singler every time he realizes the field is being pushed back. And as long as they're up, it's a helter-skelter for 6. Because he goes pretty hard with that shot. Now Sarah Rowell is asking Joshua Dawn to change the field. Joshua Dawn decided that he preferred to be at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, so now he's putting that man there, and I suspect if it has any weight on it, he'll probably dab it fine in that third man area. It's fuller on that occasion. So that'll be full to him.
It's really a smart cricket here from Nathan Seeley, because you're trying to block up his scoring errors. Warren is operating. He's coming on straight on leg stump. Yes, straight down middle. So he's asking him, listen, if you want to play that shot, you'll have to play that shot. I'm taking out that big shot for 6. And I'm taking out that dab that you always get that single. So where are you going to go now?
Yeah, and as a bowler, you have to back up the field as well. And so far, those 2 deliveries were spot on from Worrell. Swept in the gap. I think that will crash into the fence, and it does. So on that occasion, Rambaran winning the battle here. Kesrick?
Well, I was looking at it and I'm saying he can give himself room and go over cover, because he's good going over cover. But he doesn't need to do that when he can sweep and bisect both fielders. Joshua Dern and Preston Clark out there. Sweeping and sweeping even better, just in front of square now. So what are they going to do here now to stop Rambaran from scoring? He's really playing with the field here, but this one just straight down the ground. Well, over mid-off, that is. Just one bounce to Collins. A little bit of excitement here.
Yeah, the other fielders seem disappointed that he didn't make a better effort to try and get to that one. That's what we're seeing here from Andrew Rambaran. All his shrewdness in batting coming to the fore. He's shown he has all the shots and has the batting acumen to back it up as well in his selection and placement. So a dot to finish. It's 137 for 8.
Well, the skipper is off the field. Thinks it left Joshua Dawn in charge.
Yeah, you're looking at the Barbados team right now, and they seem so beaten by this knock by Andrew Rambaran, when really they are just 2 wickets away from bowling them out for less than 150. So they should really be running in, firing on all cylinders, trying to figure out a way to pick up these last 2 wickets. It's a hot day, certainly is a hot day, but the body language out there, they seem so disappointed so far. But I'll say that they're still ahead. Just 2 more quick wickets and they're batting, chasing less than 150.
Well, you said it, Stacey. You made the observation. You said that he is really in control of things. He's toying with the field. You can see that he's really putting the Barbados players at work here in terms of the field setting, pushing back players in the deep, bringing them back in the circle. When they're in the circle, he goes over. When they're in the deep, he takes one. So this is really a good control innings here from Rambaran. Spectacular innings. Score is 137 now. Shot and pulled over mid-wicket. Should go for 4. I don't think the grass is high enough to hold it back, and that's a 4. That's a good shot. He's really controlling things here, and this looks like it's frustrating the Barbados players.
And that's the word right there, control. He controlled that pull shot magnificently well to get it over and in the direction of that vacant area there. So what we're seeing here, continuing by Andrew Rambaran, this man is so astute in his batting ability. You must really applaud the way he's gone about this, especially being under pressure as well. So King to continue. full this time, and in that direction, just passing that man Joshua Don. To the left of him, they pick up 2 more runs. And that's 50 partnership as well. Must give a hand to Adrian Racha, who's contributed 2. And I think, 50 partnership, and you look at his contribution of just 2 runs. But that is so very important. The fact that he is still there supporting Adrian Racha, supporting Andrew Rambaran, sorry. So 50 partnership up as well for this pair.
This is really a pleasurable innings here from Rambaran. Slower delivery, just pushed out to extra cover. Would only be 1.
And it's what we were talking about, Keswick. Application is key. Yes, you might encounter difficult conditions, but once you apply yourself, it shows that you can get full reward for your application.
And the pitch is really a good one as well. There's no issues with the pitch. There's no demon in the pitch. And he's showing what application can do and being aware of the situation. He has taken his team up to 144 now.
Yeah, Adrian Racha. Oh my goodness. That is a picture of frustration from Kyron King. It goes back to the drop chance as well of his bowling and Andrew Rambaran, and just not being able to dislodge this pair. And frustration having him throw at the stump for absolutely no reason really. And they pick up a single.
Looks to me like Zishan is in charge of things out there and not Joshua Dawn. But it's the end of the over. The score is 145 for 8.
Yes, it looks like Zishan Mutara has the ball in hand. He's probably, he's going to have a bowl. And if he's the skipper in charge, he's decided enough is enough. He's going to try his hand at these 2 batters. And, Nathan Seeley has made his way back onto the field. And Zishan Mutara has the ball in hand. You hear the Barbados crowd trying to get their players alive in this game. Try and show some fight out there, guys. That's probably what they're saying. Yes, it's a partnership of 50 plus between these 2. But they have to find a way to fight back into this game. Try and dismiss these 2 batters. So Zishan Mutara.
The best option right now for Barbados is to bowl as much deliveries to the other batter.
Definitely so.
To Racha. Bowl as much deliveries to him. Keep Rambaran off strike. It's pretty early. But this is the 40th over. Seeley himself have to try to bowl a few more overs. Try to keep Rambaran off strike. Because the way how he's batting right now with Rambaran, looks like he's not going to get out anytime soon. He's not playing any shots. He's occupying the crease. This is really good stuff from him.
Yes, you mentioned, I agree with you. You have to try and bowl as many deliveries to him and try and frustrate him. But he has shown that he's prepared to just stay. His role is clear and he's playing it quite well. Rambaran at the other end. He's commanded things so well out there. Racha has hardly faced a lot of deliveries. He's probably faced close to maybe 30 deliveries or so in this partnership. And he gets a single. So a 4th run coming to him in this partnership. And I think the Trinidad and Tobago, they really like the way he played that over. They were well behind him. The family of Trinidad and Tobago. There's a bit of a competition right now between them and the Barbados parents.
Well, this is a serious battle here between the Chana and Cuckoo. The Cuckoo is from out of Barbados. We know the Cuckoo and flying fish, how they love it over there in Barbados. But in Trinidad, you'll go and you'll get some lovely curry.
Yeah, so 146 now for 8. 40 overs have been bowled. And we see another player is heading off. McCullin has done a lot of work as a substitute fielder today.
They field a few overs today as a substitute.
Yeah, so Kyron King, after that spell of bowling, almost had his man Rambaran. He was put down by McCullin. So Prescott, his chance now to try and wrap up things for Barbados. Similar field to what Kyron King had. Well, the same really.
Immediately bang on target, Yorker length. Didn't cause much trouble. Ratcha just taking that one out. His plan is clear here. Just occupy the crease for Rambaran. Rambaran on the other hand creating a lot of excitement. A lot of frustration as well.
Barbados, I think they need to find a way to bring some more fielders in the circle for Ratcha when he's on strike. He faced the entire over by Motara, negotiated quite well, and then he got the single of the last ball. So they definitely want to be bowling as much to him compared to Rambaran. So full delivery again. He's not prepared to really take on the bowler. So that fielder at deep cover could probably come in the circle as well. Probably get somebody up at square leg also, get that fielder in at square leg, because any sort of miss-hit from him will probably just trickle in that area and it's an easy single or any sort of inside edge. Let's see. If he was able to turn that one into that direction, probably could have gotten an easy single. But certainly, the fact that he's not looking to really have a go at the bowlers, I'll probably just look to bring up those two fielders and ask him to try to take them on. Not quite ready on that occasion, Chataria Prescott. Needs to have a rethink and a reload. Seeing another fielder going out. I believe they're trying now to give him the single to keep him, to get him back on strike for the other over. If they'll take it, left to be seen. He's behind it. Didn't get the single. And we faced a maiden over on that time. The score remains on 146 for 8 after 41.
Really want to see how this over would go with Zishan Matara. Ball in hand, Rambaran on strike. Joshua Dawn taking up his position. Wideish fine leg, I would say. Don't worry, it's all right. It's not a hurricane passing through.
So Motara now to bowl to Rambaran. I still have that man placed at backward square for him. for that shot. He has played so well throughout this knock. Tries to go for it. Doesn't make connection as well. Two fielders placed on the onside for that shot.
Well played, young man. Big height, the delivery before. I would have definitely gone for 6. A big one as well. He's down the ground. Is it out? Well done by Zishan Matara, picking up the wicket of Rambaran. Bowling that slider. Looks like it.
Very smart bowling from Zishan Mutara. Rambaran showed his hand quite early, came down the track really early to him, and Zishan Mutara bowled it wider. Very good take as well from Joshua Morris, and brilliant execution in a stumping, but a pretty good knock, a very good knock from Andrew Rambaran as he goes out. The young man showed all his shrewdness and his ability to score runs. His shot selection was magnificent, and his stability at the crease should certainly be applauded from Trinidad and Tobago as young Ruplal makes his way to the middle. Aniel Ruplal, another young leg spinner as well, facing up to Zishan Mutara. Yeah, really smart bowling indeed from Zishan Mutara to account for that wicket. And you must give credit to the last 2 overs as well. Just 1 run came from the last 2 overs. A really good maiden over as well from Prescott. So maybe accounted for some frustration, maybe thinking, hey, we're not scoring enough here. Looking to manufacture a shot, use his feet to the leg spinner. Just showed his hand to Oli on that occasion.
Full face of the bat being presented here. Very small in stature. Off the back foot, just punching that one out. Didn't really go anywhere. Ruplal. Could remember having a conversation with co-commentator a couple of days ago about how big his pads were playing on the 15 cricket. Ruplal here, very small. Looks to me like the little Shiv. You can remember the days of Shiv Narayan Chandapal, how he looked in his helmet and his pads. But it's the end of the over, end of a successful over here for Barbados, removing Rambaran. The score now is 146 for 9.
That's what I was saying. When the score was about 137, we saw how the fielders were walking around as if all hope was lost. And I said, you know, they're just 2 wickets away from bowling them out for less than 150. And now they are 1 wicket away from doing that. So although that partnership was a really brilliant partnership between Racha, a well thought out partnership between the two, Racha didn't look to take on the bowlers. Rambaran did all the hard work in terms of the run scoring. But both of the batters complemented each other so well. As Prescott continuing now to Racha. So look now to see if Racha will look to play some more attacking shots as Rambaran is dismissed. He has been there for quite some time. He's seen a lot from his end. It's just to see now what will be his plan for the rest of these overs with Ruplal. Yeah, 4 sign of intent really in his knock of 4. Spent a lot of time in the middle. Full tries to go down the ground. Doesn't make good connection. And so we're seeing some intent being shown now by Racha. Didn't see that throughout his knock with Rambaran. I can't really fault him too much. This is the last wicket pair. Gets a single to end the over. Score moves to 148 for 8 after 43. Yeah, so I can't really blame Ratchet too much for looking to take the game on. I mean, yes, you can bat 7 more overs and don't score a run. It's just the same as going at it and getting out right away for 148. So might as well try to take on the bowlers and see how many more runs they can get.
Could remember, Dhoni always said take it as deep as possible. So you don't have to do anything out of the ordinary, just bat as long as possible. Those 7 overs can give you at least about 20 runs or so if you apply yourself.
Yeah, still more intent to score, just like that. Guiding that one to that short third area to pick up a single. So at least if you're not gonna get the boundaries, you still have to find a way to pick off the singles. So young Ruplal, he scored 5 off 17 yesterday. He was not out as well. So he shows that he has the ability to survive at least. So I guess you can count on him to play that supportive role that Racha might need for the rest of this 6 and a bit overs that's remaining.
Well behind of it. Ruplal cutting that one. Cutting it straight to Warrell there at backward point, no run.
He doesn't have the power just yet as some of his counterparts, but he gets in good position to play that short ball, just unable to find the gap. There you go again, getting in nice position. A dot to finish. So 149 for 9 after 44 overs. So Prescott, in the middle of a good spell, gets a third over. Wide, but a really good take down the leg side there by Joshua Morris. Really did well to get to that. And he kept low as well. So he got low to the ground also to cut it off. So an excellent piece of keeping from Joshua Morris. See, they're not looking for that run there. So it seems like Ratcher is trying to control things from the pacer's end. Not trusting young Ruplal against the pacer.
Still not seen a lot here.
Oh,
Delivery.
wow.
It's a no ball. And I guess the Trinidad team is going to take them however it comes.
Yeah, and that brings up the, 150 came up in the over, actually, with the wide. So 151 now, and Ratcher with a chance to have a free swing at it. Try and get maximum of that delivery. So it's a no ball. Don't know if the umpire signal give a warning to the bowler as well. Didn't notice if he did.
But it's a free hit now. Free swing down the ground. Should get to the boundary. Actually did. Not in the way that we would have expected, but it did get to the boundaries for.
Yeah, really good effort from Kyle Jordan, giving chase, almost putting it back in, but at the last second there, with the flip back, just going over the boundary. But a really good execution from Ratcher. I mean, it's a free hit. Usually with a free hit, you see batters looking to go aerial. On that occasion, he just played it nicely. Very straight hit down the ground of the bat of Ratcher, showing that he has the ability to score boundaries as well, taking control of things out there. This time working it to the onside, we pick up one. So growing in confidence in his run scoring ability is Ratcher. He moves to 11. The score moves to 156. Full delivery, can't blame Jataria Prescott for bowling it that full to Ruplal. Didn't seem too confident there, but he kept it out in the end.
And that's all he needs to do. Take it as deep as possible. Still 5 overs to go. Those 5 overs can really help Trinidad. Passing the outside.
And again,
Missed that
Ruplal.
one now. Ruplal.
Yeah, Ruplal surviving in that over, really. 156 now for 9 after 45 overs. So Zishan Matara. Ratcher on strike now to him. Looking to control things out there for the rest of this innings. Goes down the ground, and I've spoken about how much he's growing in his ability to find the gaps and produce runs for his team right away. Gets a full one and strikes it down the ground just for a single, but he's showing his confidence is growing as Ruplal now on strike. Gets it now into that gap, Ruplal, and I believe he's off the mark, Ruplal. So this young man, I mentioned that he's shown the ability to survive yesterday, and he's showing it once more. And again, this time, not taking the single. An opportunity missed there by Racha. He showed his disappointment after.
Every run count here, Stacey.
Yeah, this time down the ground. I think he wasn't too sure how well he placed it in the gap. Seemed as if he thought it was very close to that man at extra cover there.
Edging closer to that 170 mark. Thinking if both batters at the next 4 overs or so, they should safely get to that 170 mark.
Bowled that one a bit quicker that time, Mutara. And negotiated well by Ruplal to get his second run. Takes the score up now to 160 at the end of 46 overs. So Saurav Warrell, I think he has 2 more overs remaining in his spell. Well, in the day.
Well, he has picked up 4 wickets. He came in and he really controlled things with the ball. Picked up a few quick wickets for Barbados. Skipper asked him to come back. 160 now for 9. 4 overs left in today's plan. I'm thinking safely if both batters bat these 4 overs, they will get up to an excess of 170.
Even 180, who knows? Even 180, who knows? Dare to dream if you're Trinidad and Tobago. 4 overs remaining, 24 deliveries to play with. See how much they can walk the field and pick up singles if they can't get the boundaries. So full delivery to start from Warrell. Leaving it alone. It's a bit short, played well. Ruplal. As I mentioned, he continues to get in good positions to play those short balls, but just don't have the power or the placement. Yeah, that's a better length to Ruplal. The last wicket partnership between these two proving to be a bit of a horror for Barbados. As a fast bowler, Keswick, didn't you just hate it when the number 11 comes in and he just decides to fight? You just want them to give up, don't you? And think about bowling.
It's the most annoying thing ever. Frustrating as well.
Yeah, Ruplal
is frustrated.
Made an over bowl there. Ruplal showing all his fight here, the young man. Small in stature. but has a mindset of a giant, it appears, when he comes out to bat and fight for his team. As the score remains on 160 for 9, 3 overs remaining.
Not a lot of runs being scored here in the back end of this innings.
And just to give you an update in the other 2 games, the Leeward Islands playing Guyana. Guyana 204 for 4. Getting to that 200 mark that we've been asking so dearly for these young players to get to. And Windward Islands, they were dismissed for 96 by Jamaica. Jamaica at present 38 for 2.
It's fair to say that it's not a lot of runs is being scored here in the back end of the innings.
Sealy now to give himself a chance at picking up that last wicket.
You can see the frustration in the Barbados bowlers. Because when you have done so well at the top in terms of moving batters, and then you have bowlers who decide that, listen, I'm not moving. But guess what? He's moving this time. Nathan Sealy picked up the wicket of Ruplal, the youngster, just going for 3.
And sometimes when you have a batter that clearly doesn't have a lot of power just yet, he's a young man, he'll work on his physique, and probably in the next year or 2 you might see him a bigger and stronger. But when you have a batter in that shot at that size that doesn't really show a lot of power, sometimes floating one up on his bat can really be the delivery to bowl. Sealy just throwing one up on his bat, and again the field set perfectly, throwing it to that man hands at cover. So Trinidad and Tobago dismissed for 161, so 162 for victory. Barbados, I believe that might be lunch. I don't think that they'll come back out and start the innings for Barbados, although they have a bit of time to do so. So I think we'll have lunch here. And when we come back, Barbados will have their reply in trying to get to 162. Welcome back on a beautiful day for cricket as Barbados about to start their chase for 162 runs. We've had wonderful weather. Hope it continues throughout the day. Yesterday we had a start-stop day. Today it's been quite lovely so far. We are coming to you live from the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines at Annisville Playing Field. And this is the Cricket West Indies Under-19s Men's 50-over tournament. So Barbados searching for their first victory, as yesterday the game was rained out between them and the Windward Islands, and they had to share points. Opening bowler for Trinidad and Tobago is Jason Agard. Left arm seamer. Opening batters Kyle Jordan and strike, and Joshua Morris at the non-strikers end. Both of these batters will have fond memories of the way they batted in that final against Jamaica in that second innings. Big partnership between the two of them opening the batting. So Jason Agard, left arm seamer. Starts a bit too straight and it's wide actually, heading on the leg side. So wide to start things off here for Barbados. Signal by umpire Afran Bayam. So it's just to note yesterday, these opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, Jason Agard and Faris Ali, who I suspect will partner him with the new ball. They had a brilliant opening partnership between the two of them, a combination of 12 overs, 3 maidens, 18 runs and 4 wickets between them. Faris Ali picking up 3 of those wickets. So better delivery, but a bit too straight, a shy at the stump. Good backing up there by the fielder. Yeah, so a substitute fielder is on. Abdul Rahim Toppin. It's number 18 on his back. So I'll identify which one of the players are off. Better line delivery there by Jason Agard. Welcome back, Kesrick. I know lunch was on your mind. I hope it was really good.
Well, it's safe to say that it was. I am allowed to have a good lunch. It was a good lunch as well. I will let the people know, don't worry about the lunch. It's just that I'm on a diet. So I'm trying my best.
You're on a diet, you said?
Yes, I am. A seafood diet. Seafood, eat food.
You're a pescatarian. All of a sudden, Keswick. How long will that last?
You're still not getting it, Stacey. It's seafood, eat food.
I get it now.
Presently carrying a small niggle, so can't really do much in the gym or any sort of training. So for now, I'll partake in anything that I like, because when training starts back, it's strict dieting. You gotta get in that one to straighten a little bit, not a lot. It is something that it's an art of a left arm pacer coming over the wicket, bowling to a right hander to go across, but the art is bringing it back to the right-handers. That's when they can be dangerous. Mentioned early in the 2-day tournament with bowlers like the Faruqi out of Afghanistan, who does it very well, the Chen Bolt out of New Zealand. There's a lot to like about the Agard as well, though.
Morris off the mark as well. Both batters off the mark. We've seen the style of play from Kyle Jordan. Just 162 runs on the board. Yesterday, both of the opening batters, they started in a hurry. At one point in time, they were 58 for 1. Then they moved to 72 for 2 before the rain interrupted and had its final say yesterday. Oh, that was an extremely short delivery. He didn't really need to duck out of that. It was going to pass comfortably over his height. So a wide delivery there from Jason Agard for height. Also one signal, my umpire Afron Bayam for the over. Some width offered and called wide again by Afron Bayam. Seems to be striving for a bit of extra pace today, Jason Agard. What was really good about that opening spell between both of the batters is the lengths that they hit and consistently did so in their spell of bowling. It's just a case now for the openers to try and find a spot to that will trouble the batters at in between length. Curl of uncertainty, they call it, and just keep walking away there as he runs in. Yeah, much like that. A bit of bounce on that occasion. So a dot to finish. Score is 4-5, I beg your pardon, without loss after the first over. So Fariz Ali, the ball in hand, a magnificent display of length, good length bowling from him yesterday, and patience as well. 6 overs, 1 made in 10 runs and 3 wickets in his spell of bowling. Bowled 6 overs on the trot. Didn't see him any time after yesterday, but Trinidad and Tobago pulled off a victory. In the end, Joshua Davis 5 wickets haul. Sure we'll see him later on with the ball in hand. So Fariz Ali to Joshua Morris. And again, right away, it's found that length that he operated so well with yesterday. It's a bit too high, it appears. A bit of an appeal, but a stifled one really. It's one too short and help to that onside boundary. Will it get there? No, fielder gives chase, so too short there by Fariz Ali. This one whipped, straight to that fielder, that substitute fielder that really should have taken it. Top in. Let's see the replay of what happened there. A bit of collision almost between him and the umpire. So that substitute fielder top in. Full delivery whipped to the onside. Oh my.
It's a bit sad.
Couldn't get out of the way quick enough there, the umpire.
Why is he so close to the umpire even?
Toppin is now more in front of him, giving himself any chance of taking a catch if it comes in that direction once more.
You're supposed to set yourself in a position where you're clear and not too close to the umpire.
And still, although it created a chance, it was a fuller delivery, but a bit too straight on that.
Have you?
In terms of line.
Have you ever played
Morris?
Netball, Stacey? Netball, they will call that obstruction.
I've never played netball.
They will call that obstruction in netball.
So you've played netball before? I've watched
I've played netball before.
I suspect you've played, okay.
Yes, I've played
you watched
netball
a lot of netball.
I actually like netball. It's a sport that I like. I like to watch it as well. On top of that bounce.
Yeah, that's a shot.
Punching that one just out to point.
And it's a shot that the players from Barbados have played so well throughout this tournament, in the 2-day tournament, and we see it continuing here. That occasion, he wasn't able to find the gap, but they really get on top of the bounce quite nicely and punch to the offside.
Well, it is something that they're accustomed to. We all know in Barbados, the pitches in Barbados, it's a little bit more bouncy. They're more consistent in terms of bounce. So if the wicket is pacey here, you wouldn't have a problem. But it's a good shot down the ground. Ramfal getting a little bit of hand to it. Only going to get a single.
Yeah, wonderful timing to finish the over, but a good hand by Ruplal to restrict it from going to the boundary. Ends the over. The score moves to 12 without loss after 2. So Andrew Rambaran is back on the field. He was that player that was off. He's handy with the ball in hand as well. Bowls some left arm spin. So it's very good from a Trinidad perspective that he's back on, and that substitute fielder in Toppin, he's back off the field. So 3 slips lying wait. It's more like 2 slips and a gully. Something we've seen from Trinidad and Tobago throughout yesterday when the opening bowlers operated.
Always love to see our left-hander operate, especially when they seaming the ball around. I think it's actually a gift that these left-handers have. When they're a left-hand fast bowler in world cricket, it's deemed as a goal. Shane Afridi, the Chet Bowles, Mitchell Johnson, and the list goes on. Trying to wonder if I've ever seen a really tear-away left-arm fast bowler. Shane Afridi is a good pick. Mitchell Johnson as well. Trying to remember if we had a tear-away fast bowler here in the Caribbean. Remember, we had good left-arm swing bowlers in Pedro Collins, the Ian Bradshaw, both guys out of Barbados. And that could have been a catch, but Ruplal missing that one. He's doing chase.
Another chance.
Not a bad show from Ruplal. Yes, a good arm.
Yeah, another chance created very early again from these opening bowlers. But that one probably just dying on its way to him. Would love to see the replay to see if it went to hand. But another chance nonetheless by these opening batters.
And that's the type of player Kyle Jordan is. It is a catch. It went to hand.
Yeah, it was catchable height, but he couldn't quite get to it still. Ruplal. So another chance, another missed opportunity by Trinidad and Tobago. Both of these batters surviving one so far.
Another waff. This one may go to the boundary. Not enough legs though. Kyle Jordan doing what Kyle Jordan usually do. Tell you what, I'm looking at him and he reminds me of Philo Wallace. I wonder what's the connection there. Philo Wallace played a few games for West Indies. He's opening batter. Usually take it to the bowlers at the top. Philo Wallace clean the long ball. I'm not sure if you could remember these guys, Stacey.
Yeah, I like this change now from the skipper, getting that fielder in at deep third. For the angle that his fast bowler is bowling. It's just if he can just keep that length and line that he has found. And if Kyle Jordan is prepared to go across that, might well get a top edge and that fielder might be in business. So Kyle Jordan is just the way he plays. He's very aggressive, very attacking. Looks to give his team a very good start.
You want those type of players in your team. And that one down the ground, it would not get enough legs. It looks like a catch. It is a catch. Kyle Jordan is gone. It's getting me to stammer here because it's a bit disappointing.
Oh, we did mention it's the way
aggressive shots in the over.
We did mention it's the way he plays. He just goes for his shots, really. And really good catch as well from Orlando James. It held for a long time in the sky. It's not easy taking a catch like that. He got under it nicely and cushioned it as well. There you go. Wonderful take by the skipper. Much needed wicket from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. And Kyle Jordan has to go back. Not able to give his team a fast start as they have grown accustomed to from him. 17 for 1 in the third over. Yeah, it's a left arm seamer going across you. He looked to go much straighter than he did the delivery before, where he got the top edge, but still angle across accounting for him trying to go straight on that delivery. Probably may have been better served leaving it alone, but he doesn't leave a lot alone. All in his innings still Kyle Jordan.
I don't think that these batters understand what they're capable of doing, or even though they understand what they're capable of doing, I don't think they have a plan on how to execute it. Here we have Kyle Jordan, who is really good clearing the boundary, strong lad. The more watchful he is, the more dangerous he gets. You're the type of player that usually give your team that start.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kesrick. Just see a few off. Just see what the surface is offering. See what the bowler is doing very early. And then you can be prepared to take your chances. I mean, you go back to that innings that he played in the final in that 2-day competition against Jamaica, and the way he was so... He controlled his aggression really and looked to bat long for his team. And it's a white ball format. The ball will get older quicker as well. So he really should have been looking to stay longer and give himself a chance to be explosive somewhere after this opening burst.
Just 3 overs gone, Stacey, and you would like to think that he would be a little bit more mindful of the situation at hand. The greatest in the world take 5 overs, 6 overs sometimes to look at things, and then they attack.
Added to that, there's no scoreboard pressure really. It's just 162 runs.
A little bit too straight here from Fareez. Only one.
So that's Joshua Dawn that was facing. Did not mention that he came out to the middle after the fall of that wicket. He's so popular in that number 3 spot for Barbados. It's as if you already know who's coming once that opening partnership is broken. So there he is, Joshua Dawn there at number 3.
That
Shot.
one's pulled in front of mid-wicket. That's a good shot. Ruflal just doing chases to retrieve it. It's a good shot. He's not fast by any means. Should be a little bit fuller, looking to hit that line and length a little bit more often here.
Yeah, Fariz Ali, I mean, he has definitely strayed from the plan that he had yesterday. Yes, the surface assisted yesterday. It was keeping predominantly low. But he can still look to bowl that length to Joshua Morris. And that one just sat up nicely. All he had to do was find the gap and hit it anywhere that he wanted to. So 4 more runs. Doesn't have the pace, need to be fuller. Yeah, that's better from Fariz Ali. I mean, when you're bowling and running in, you don't have express pace. You're not expeditious by any means. The most important thing to do is be the next best thing, which is metronomical. So just run in and try to hit a line and length. Find that line and length early and just try to walk away at it and ask the batters to try and hit you off that length. Oftentimes, it will prove to be a successful method if you continue like that. Yeah, so that's better. There you go. He's walking into it now. And you see in the difference from the batters as the over comes to an end. 23 for 1 at the end of 4 overs.
Again, the scoring is never really bad when it comes to the power play. It's always gets a little bit limited when it goes to the second power play.
So Dawn being watchful to Jason Agard, rightly so. It's not a lot of runs really, 162. Just takes a batter to be set. And I think Dawn will be looking to dig in and try and bat as deep as possible for his team. Use of the feet, nicely done. Diving Rambaran there at point. Couldn't cut it off. So Dawn up and running.
I want to ask a question, Stacey.
First run for him.
What's your take on Joshua Dawn as a player?
From what I've seen of him over the years, he comes out and he just looks the part. Very organized in the way he sets up his game. He thinks his game quite well. Let me just continue after this delivery. Full delivery, and that is magnificently driven down the ground. I don't think it will get there. Not a lot of power, but placement really good there from Joshua Morris. Yeah, he's always always, always, every time he comes to the middle, he just looks like he's going to score a lot of runs. He hasn't really pushed on in this tournament. I mean, since that 100 2 years ago, I haven't really seen a lot of big scores from him. But he is really one for the future. Certainly has a very organized way that he sets up to bat. But just hasn't produced as much as he'd like. And I think he'll say that to himself. He needs to produce more, even the talent that he possesses.
I think as you mentioned, the talent that he has, you need to turn that talent into a skill now. And from what I've been seeing from him from last year on to now, I think he's a lot better than what he's giving. He jives the ball well. He gets on top of the bounce really well. Flicks the ball well. He plays all around the ground. And I think he's definitely one that Barbados would be looking at. Also Joshua Dawn, Nathan Seeley, Monica Smith. I think those 4 guys really stand out.
I can't believe you didn't mention the batter on strike, Joshua Morris. He had the most runs for Barbados in that 2-day tournament.
So him, Joshua Dawn, Monica Smith, Nathan Seeley are 4 guys I think really stand out in this team. And I would probably toss up a little Sarif Worrell in there. I think he's a really good spinner.
So basically you're saying the future looks so bright for Barbados.
Definitely. I mean, they have been doing pretty well in their cricket. They probably have been playing the most cricket in the Caribbean locally. It's the end of another over. The score is 26 for 1.
Seems to be an early change for Riz Ali. Wasn't as effective as he was yesterday with the new ball. But the skipper has decided to bring an early change. Adrian Racha will replace him. We were having a discussion yesterday, Stanley and myself, and we were saying we really need to make a move to name the ends Keswick so that we can stop saying things like the Beckway end and the administrative centre end. Something like Keswick Williams end, you know?
Stacey asking for too much.
Well, we're just using an example as you're here in the
I like the Beckway end, the fact that it's one of the Grenadine Island. But so I like the whole.
It's not the only Grenadine Island behind there, because if you go beyond, you'll meet a lot more.
Well, let's call it the Grenadine Island end.
Okay, that sounds good.
We're about
so we work with that.
It's all about sports tourism here right now, so we're trying to advertise the
But
Grenadines.
I still think we can make a move to name the end so that it's more distinct.
Probably a Winston Davis end.
Yes, we do have a lot of greats. We do have a lot of greats that have come and gone and played cricket. And you see, for example, I saw that Stuart Broad, he now has an end at Trent Bridge end. I saw Nat Siver. She has a gate named after her. So you have the Nat Siver Brunt.
I think my name is at the level of a gate.
You're at the level of a gate. Keswick said that he is at the level of a gate. I wonder what the fans will think about that.
I think the main gate of the stadium, you could give me a gate. My name is at the level of a gate for now. Maybe a physio table.
Good start there from Racha though, getting a bit of bounce off the surface. He has the tendency to do that. Of the paces that operated yesterday, he actually extracted the most bounce off the surface. Joel Andrew, they take a liking to it though. And I suspect the Barbados batters, they will also like a bit more bounce as well. Yeah, so a gate, Keswick. Gate.
I think the Keswick Williams top gate will be fine. I think I'm better than a fence.
Nice delivery there in the channel. Well defended also by Joshua Morris. So a fence then. Keswick Williams fence.
Keswick Williams fencing. think Winston Davis N and Nixon McLean, Ian Allen N would be.
You know,
would be good
Kesrick,
for
I'm
us.
thinking as well. You might have to wait your turn at another stadium because
Yeah, probably that
so
as
many
well.
so many greats have come before you. They might well. Graham West is breathing a sigh in the back.
What about the
But
Nixon
I'm just
McLean
saying,
party stand?
I think you have to wait in line a bit. Yeah, pretty soon as well, we might have, something like that. There's also Cordell, Jack, Julian, and Nero have played for West Indies team before as well. Janelia Glasgow might soon overtake them with records, and we might well have to name a stand after her.
Let's see how that one goes.
There's no name to that stand over there that we so famously have termed the double-decker stand, so pretty soon we might see a name branded onto that. Really well bowled there by Adrian Racha. Better lines from him so far. I think Fariz Ali was striving to be a bit too short, maybe trying to get a lot of pace, and that's not really his style. So far the replacement of Adrian Racha is looking a lot better in terms of being more accurate.
Over the years, we haven't really seen a fast bowler out of Trinidad
That time a wide called.
that you really would put in the same bracket with pace. Apart from the Shannon Gabriel.
I was about to mention.
You have a Rafi Rampal at one point. Not a tearaway fast bowler. The Riyadh Emirates, these guys, not really a tearaway fast bowler, but did pretty well in their career. Played a lot of league cricket.
Yeah, one of the things that Riyadh Emirates did so well as the over has come to an end, 28 for 1, is, recognizing that he's not a tearaway quick, so he used a lot of variations in his spell throughout his career. So 28 for 1 at the end of 6 overs.
So Trinidad not really a place where you would really put pace in the same bracket. You have good batters of spin from Trinidad. But things and times do change. You used to have a time that India couldn't really produce any sort of quick bowlers. But now they have so many. Bowling over 85 or high 80s. So things and time do change.
So Agard, change of angle. And an edge that flies over the slip cordon. There's a man placed there at deep third. So change of angle, that time to Don, opting to come left arm around.
Slow ball balls there.
Yeah, there was a bit of indecision by the batters there. A clean pickup. And Joshua Don may have found his way back to the pavilion. A bit of indecision. Joshua Morris wanted the single. Don not so much. In the end, he came through. But the fielder just wasn't able to pick it up cleanly. Not just a clean pickup and a perfect execution at a throw at the stumps. So Agard now. He's in the middle of a really good spell here, Jason Agard. Already picked up that wicket of Kyle Jordan. He's managed to curtail the run scoring from this end. Hasn't solved up a lot of deliveries to be punished either. His execution has been spot on here in this spell of bowling so far.
Not the slow one. Right on the money here, Agard. I want to ask Stacey a question. Looking at this tournament, all the teams that have been playing, would you pinpoint any team that you think is probably the most mature in terms of how they've been playing their cricket and their level of understanding of the game?
Yeah, really, really good timing. So easy on the eyes there. Joshua Dawn didn't get to the boundary, but such magnificent timing from the young man to end the over. 2 runs after that delivery, 32 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Yeah, so you asked that question, Kedrick, and when I started doing this year, I was only able to see 2 matches by Barbados in the 2-day version of things. So far, I'll definitely say Barbados. They've looked the most prepared, and given a bit low on that occasion. And I'll say this because of the scores that I've seen in the 2-day version of things. Of course, we've just started the 50 over tournament. This is just the second match, and they've actually been able to go past 200 more than any team in the 2-day version of things. The way they've fought in the back end as well in their batting, the way the middle to lower order has been willing to fight. And it really hasn't just been one player that has stood out. I mean, you look at Trinidad and Tobago and you might say their batting is really dependent on the likes of Rambaran having a good day from what you've seen in the tournament so far. But with this Barbados outfit, a number of other different batters have put their hands up at different times. I mean, just for example, Raniko Smith, known as a bowler, predominantly for his bowling, came and scored a half century in that final. So it's just the way that the different players, a bit too wide. Joshua Morris just looking to play at it. Didn't need to. Wide signal as went by umpire Foster. So in terms of an all-round team effort so far, certainly Barbados is right up there. It's just up to the other teams now to try and get their season started and try and match what Barbados have done in the 2-day in this 50 over version.
Any player of note that you have seen that really captured your attention and or really impressed you so far?
Well, we've spoken highly of Jetario Prescott. I think I was unable to see that 109 scored by Rambaran in the 2-day version of things, but so far, Rambaran has really impressed me in his mindset and just his intelligence in his batting so far in this 50 over version of things.
That one flicked onto the onside. Just a single though. But I've seen a few good innings in this tournament, Stacey, and I only like to point out a few. Tiani Conway out of Leewards played a magnificent innings here, bringing back Leewards in the game on one leg at that. So that was really amazing to see. Pleasurable knock.
It's really not getting up from that end. This end that he's bowling from there. Racha, seeing a number of deliveries, just died on its way to the keeper as well.
Also to Rambaran, first time seeing him today, and the fight that he has shown today was magnificent. His array of shots, sweeping the ball, playing it over cover, hitting it down the ground, using his feet.
Wow, that just came out of nowhere. It sat up nicely. You thought that he had control over it, Joshua Dawn. In the end, he just picked out the man Rambaran that took a really good catch there. It flew to him quite quickly. So Joshua Dawn, we spoke about how great he looks and how organized he looked, but just hasn't produced in this tournament. And he goes back for another low score. 34 now for 2.
Yeah, a lot of players who we know are capable of doing the things that I should do is not really, putting up the scores. You mentioned you like how the Barbados players get on top of the bunks. He was on top of the bunks for that one, but only could find the man at backward point. Takes a really good catch. Joshua Dawn is gone.
Yeah, that is what happens when scoring kind of dries up off the bat. Not a lot of runs were being scored in this over and the over before, and then finally got one that he thought, I'm going to put it away, and just hit it straight to that man. He timed it brilliantly, but just lacked placement. And there was a wide gap open there at cover as well. But a good catch. It was hit hard, and it came quick. It went quickly to Rambaran. Really good hands. Batter is Micah Greenwich. Wasn't able to see any of him actually in the 2-day version of things when I commentated actually. I don't know if Keswick saw him in any of the 2-day games and can give us some information on what he can do for Barbados. But it should be a good sign for Barbados when you have a Worrell and a Greenwich in your side. And Jason Agard continuing his spell of bowling here.
Morris is still at the crease, joined by Greenwich. Stacey asked a question about Greenwich, but I'll answer you in a few seconds. That's because it's the first time I'm actually seeing him.
Well, he has a great last name, Greenwich.
Well, let's hope that
Worrell
surname
as well.
Let's hope that surname works out today, because they will need it to work out. It's a household name in Barbados.
Bit of excitement by the Trinidad and Tobago parents there with that delivery. We're also hearing songs of get forward as well. I guess that's from the Barbados camp, which he needed to do on that occasion. Joshua Morris, it's one of the things I've noticed in his game, to that fuller pitch delivery. Sometimes just a bit lazy to get forward, fully forward on it. Something he'll certainly work on. And when he does, he plays it so well. Something for young Morris to work on. Almost chopping that one onto his stump as well, creating a lot of excitement in this over. Jason Agard.
Looks a bit frustrated, Morris. Wondering if he has any family relations with Carlo Morris, who used to be a wicket keeper for Barbados back in the day. Made a name for himself playing the Caribbean T20. Not sure if you remember that tournament. Made my debut there for the CCC against Guyana. Caribbean T20. That's just before the CPL. Really do think that they should bring it back though, because you wouldn't need a feeding ground for CPL because a lot of players are getting lost. So if you bring back the Caribbean T20, you would have a feeding ground. CPL would have a feeding ground where they can get players from.
Use of the feet, trying something different, Joshua Morris. His A-guard has been so good in his spell of bowling so far. Getting us. So Greenwich about to face his first delivery. It's a left-handed batter. 2 slips in play. Some reinforcements now. So it's 2 slips now and man at gully. Starts a bit too straight and Greenwich is off the mark. The end of the over, 36 for 2. Oh, I beg your pardon. The over is actually still one more delivery remaining in the over. Thought I saw the umpire grabbing his cap to give to the bowler. So one more delivery remaining in this over. I beg your pardon. Short delivery. Really well directed short delivery as well to end the over this time and that to finish 36 for 2.
Morris just gonna be checked by the physio. Just gonna do a little bit of water break now. It's a physio check. Morris, concussion test. I think he got hit in the helmet. As we take water break, and we'll be back to give you coverage of this game between Trinidad and Barbados in the regional under 19 Rising Star Championship.
So welcome back after drinks. 9 overs gone. We had an early drinks break because there was a concussion test for Joshua Morris. A short, surprising delivery. Agard hasn't opted to go short in his spell so far, as Racha continues to walk away in his spell, picking up that wicket of Joshua Dawn. So really business-like effort by these two bowlers so far, Agard and Racha in their spell of bowling.
Well, Racha haven't been doing too bad. Just want to hope that he don't create a
Oh, this one over pitching on that occasion. Just striving for that black hole delivery. Michael Greenwich there. Not able to put it away. Hit it straight to that fielder, Fariz Ali. At short, at mid-off.
But yes, Stacey, Racha haven't been doing too bad at all. Probably will try to create a rapture here for the Barbados team and disappear some of these batters.
Too straight on that occasion. I still want to see them be just a touch full. I know that short delivery got that wicket of Dawn. But I just want to see him be a touch fuller to these batters, particularly to Morris. Morris has been really good in the two-day tournament. He started well here, but when it's fuller, it appears to give him... he's a bit uncertain with his footwork. Doesn't get fully forward as he should. That one was very wide, and Morris he hasn't really scored a lot for the past few overs. Just trying to get some bat onto that one, just to get his innings back up and running here, the young man. That one was really too wide. Also kept low.
Of the bounce of that one. Mr. Morris. But over the years, Trinidad have produced some really good cricketers. The Prince out of Trinidad, the Dwayne Bravos, the Sunil Narain, the Nicholas Puran, Akil Hussain, and these guys. They have really dominated cricket around the world.
Top edge, but it will sail all the way over the boundary for 6. So a short delivery, and we've seen how these Barbados batters have pounced on anything short, and that one going all the way. Joshua Morris will certainly like the feel of that ball onto his bat that time. Hasn't really gotten away with the score in the past few overs. That time picking up a 6.
When you really think about cricket in the Caribbean, Stacey, and you look at what Trinidad have done,
and
that's a lovely shot on the back foot, punching that one behind point.
And that's the effect of getting one onto your bat. He tried for so long to get one out of the middle. After that 6, that sped across the turf so quickly, young Ruplal couldn't get to it. So back-to-back boundaries to end that over. At the end of the power play as well, Barbados, they are 48 for 2.
Chugging along nicely here. I want to really shout out the steel pan passy that's here from Trinidad and Tobago. What I like about Barbados and Trinidad, they always travel to support their kids, and that's the kind of support that you want. As long as this under-19 tournament is being played here in St. Vincent, you always see the colors in the stands the blue, the yellow, the black, and the red. And that is something that the kids want, the support system from their parents. You can always hear the flutes.
Yes, while you're giving it up to the parents that were able to get here, I also have to give it up to the support as well from far away. Those who are unable to join their kids here as well, giving full support from a distance. So Rambaran at the end of the power play, 48 for 2. Rambaran left arm spinner. Does it all for Trinidad and Tobago. The man with the batter now. They're hoping that he can get a breakthrough. Facing up to the left-handed Micah Greenwich. These two teams not too far away from each other at the end of the power play. Trinidad and Tobago were 40 for 2 after the power play. Barbados are now 48 for 2. Just 8 runs ahead at this stage. He's brought some control so far, Andrew Rambaran, following up from what Agard was able to do from that end.
One thing that I'm really impressed with these youngsters, Stacey, is scoring in the first power play. They have managed to, and that one just slipping past the keeper. Might not have enough leg to get to the boundary, but they would pick up 2. But yeah, what I'm impressed with is
it was actually a wide, and it brings up the 50 as well. So an ill-directed line from Rambaran. Certainly the captain is asking him to just bring back some control after that over from Adian Racha.
one thing I must congratulate the youngsters with is the consistency in scoring in the first power play, using his feet well down the ground, punching that one out to long on. Really good work. You've been asking for that this morning, Stacey. You're seeing it now.
Well, we saw it once, or actually twice. One time it accounted for that wicket of Rambaran, but I just think he showed his hand to audience. I repeat it. But not a lot of batters are prepared to leave their crease to the spinners. So 58 for 2 at the end of the 11th. Sorry, 52 for 2. I beg your pardon. 52 for 2 at the end of the 11th over. Yes, so Kesrick, I agree with you. The run scoring in the power play has been great, and you have also mentioned that after this point, this is where things start to get a bit tricky for the batters, and the runs start to dry up and the wickets start to fall in clusters. We saw that did happen for Trinidad and Tobago in their batting innings.
Well, it's about how they're going to control the second power play here, because it's always a struggle when it gets to the point where spin is being introduced.
So, Joshua Davis, a man who picked up 5 wickets yesterday for his team, has the ball in hand. Starts a bit too full and on the pads of the batters. So now with the introduction of another spinner, we see him back-to-back spin. Did mention that Spin had a day out yesterday here at Annisville Playing Field. Saurav Warrell picking up 4 wickets as well when he was introduced. Joshua Davis is in much earlier than him. So the ball is still newer, still harder. So interesting to see what he can produce here in this spell to these two batters. I must give credit as well to Orlando James, as skipper. I mean, he's a very proactive thinking captain. I saw that yesterday in that victory against Leeward Islands. Defended 108. And we're seeing much of the same here in this bowling innings. This one is full, but played back to Davis. What he does, he doesn't really allow the batters to get on top of just any one bowler for a very long period of time, particularly in the middle part of the game. And he also tries to find which end will complement his bowler best. So we might even see him switching the spinners from end to end as well. Something he did so well yesterday, which produced the result, in my opinion, for Joshua Davis picking up 5 wickets yesterday. So the end of the over, just 1 run coming from it. Barbados are 53 for 2 after 12. This one is chipped in the air in the direction of that fielder. Top in, he's back on the field. Substitute fielder, top in. Oh, an appeal, a fuller delivery, but that looked to be tailing down. Right away they pulled out of the appeal.
Good approach here by Rambaran. Looks like he's the type of player that understands what he's about. Good revs on the ball.
Yeah, what is key so far in these 2 deliveries to Joshua Morris is the length. He's been very full to him. And again, 4 deliveries, really around the same length. Differences in the line to finish the over. 54 for 2 after 13. So right away we see 3 overs of spin, and the runs have suddenly dried up. Kesrick?
I'm not really surprised either, Stacey. Like, that has become the norm, something that we have grown accustomed to, especially in these 50 over format. Start well in the first 10 overs, and then when it gets to the middle phase of the game, it's always some level of uncertainty in terms of how you want to play. And that's the problem that we have had over the 2 day as well. Guys not being able to read the spin and understanding what they want to do against the spin bowlers. It is somewhat a close-up shop kind of game when the spin is bowling.
good movement there by Agar, that cover to cut that off. He was going in the other direction and then changed quickly. Must be a really good driver in Trinidad and Tobago, switching lanes. One driven this time to the left of Rambaran.
Really good shot, full face of the bat, just punching that one down to mid-off. No damage done though, but it's the fact that he get to the pitch really nicely and just squeezing it out to mid-off. As easy as ever. That one is flighted again. Morris push it down the ground. This is what you need these guys to tick around the score. Keep knocking it around. Look for the ones, and then when an opportunity presents itself for a boundary, then you can go.
Yeah, that's certainly what is required from a Barbados perspective. Trinidad and Tobago, though, they will be taking heart, they should be taking heart from what happened yesterday. An unlikely victory, boarding out Leeward Islands for less than 90. It is a different surface though. The over is completed. 56 for 2 Barbados. So far, you're not seeing any sort of turn, not seeing a lot of deliveries keeping low. It looks quite easy for these two batters. They're not running away with the score, but it just looks like they're building towards something greater. And from a Barbados perspective, they'll be certainly hoping for that. Trinidad and Tobago slowly will be eyeing up a breakthrough. Hopefully soon they'll be thinking. Use of the feet.
Really good, Stacey.
Seems to be one that's prepared to use his feet, Micah Greenwich.
It's the first time I'm seeing him, and he's getting to the pitch nicely. Stroking the ball down the ground using the V's. Again down the ground for Morris. Picking off the singles.
Yeah, so far they've parked the aerial shots, these two batters. Just looking to play along the ground in this period, and that's something that we've been asking for the youngsters. Is in this period, if you can pick up around 3 runs, 4 runs per over by picking the areas to get your singles rather. And again, another single. It's really impressive stuff. It's not flashy, but they're picking up the singles at will. And that's something we've been asking for. Find ways to minimize dots, as they've now moved up to 60 for 2 after 14 overs.
Looking at the Trinidad bowling, we're still not seeing a clear plan in terms of what they want to do to present that opportunity of a wicket. I don't want to say that they're going through the motion, but looks a little bit flat out there, waiting for something to happen. They have to present that opportunity. They have to make something happen.
Yeah, well, what they're doing so far, Trinidad and Tobago, well, certainly their plan is to pick up wickets. What I'll say though is the batters have been able to pick up a number of singles down the ground. I know it'll be a really tough call to bring that fielder into the circle. It'll be a really tough call because then the batters might be able to take advantage of that. So maybe an adjustment of the fielders in the circle to try, oh, this one is magnificently placed. I think it will run away to the boundary. So excellently done by Michael Greenwich, recognizing that fuller pitch delivery, but the placement was perfect on that occasion. Well done really by the young man.
Really, really good shot. Picking the gap, playing the spin beautifully, using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball. Good connection so far. He has been doing a lovely job against the spin, something that we haven't seen throughout the tournament. And as I mentioned, it's the first time I'm seeing him. And he looks the part. Just need to carry on from there.
Yeah, he looks well in control of his game so far, Michael Greenwich. It's a new batter coming in after Joshua Dawn has lost his wicket.
Again, squeeze out to extra cover.
He's driving pretty well as also getting to the pitch of the ball, very important. So it's a case now for Trinidad and Tobago of who did it turn to as the over comes to an end. 64 for 2. 15 overs bowled. You know that they have Ruplal in their lineup, and as I mentioned his name, he has the ball in hand now. He bowls slower to the air, gives it a lot more air. Might be just what they need to try and tempt these batters into playing an injudicious or an ill-advised stroke. Both of these batters in that period negotiated the spin bowlers of Joshua Davis and Andrew Rambaran quite well in that period. They didn't give them any chance of picking up their wicket.
I can remember there was an old saying when I just started playing cricket in the Caribbean about names of players who play cricket in the Caribbean from Trinidad. I can remember my good friend Andrew Fletcher telling me as long as it's difficult to pronounce their name, they're very dangerous with the ball in hand. The more difficult the name is, harder they are to pick. I had a little bit of difficulty saying Ruflal. So I'm guessing he might be. I'm going to look at him for a little while. He has a good number on his back though, number 19. That's a big number.
Ease to that deep third area. Fielder gives chase, Joshua Davis. Really good chase from him. Gets it down quickly to send it back in. It's a big number, you said. It's just 19.
Yeah, it's a big number.
I've seen bigger numbers on the field. Fariz Ali wears number 81. Jagasar wears number 98. Those are much bigger than 19.
Good players wear big numbers.
Dare I ask, who wears number 19 on their back?
A lot of players in world cricket wear number 19.
I want specific details on these players that wear number 19.
Sheldon Cottrell.
Sweep. It's a wide call.
Out of Jamaica, it's a wide from Ruplal, sorry.
Bit of bounce there, but well controlled by Joshua Morris to get it down to that deep third area. 2 more runs. So the young leg spinner, Ruplal, finishing his first over. 69 now for 2 at the end of 17 overs.
Good first over here from Ruplal.
Yes, young Ruplal, he's very brave so far from what I've seen of him. I remember yesterday he picked up that very big wicket. I mean, it was just one wicket, but the wicket that he picked up really sank the Leeward Islands team. He picked up Joel Andrew, who looked pretty set. He had 33 runs. He had just launched him for a big 6 at the long on boundary. He floated it up once more, bit wider, brought his length back just a touch, but bowled a wider line, which saw Joel Andrew.
Punched down the ground.
Which saw Joel Andrew looking to replicate the shot that he did previously, and he held out to Jagasar running in from long off. So very brave man Ruplal so far in his career, and one would only hope that he will continue that way. Because as a leg spinner, you know that as a leg spinner you might go for a few runs, but then you always have that knack of picking up wickets.
I mean, it is a difficult art. The score is now 70 for 2, but it is a difficult art to master, really. Especially at this early age, Ruplal. His control so far looks good. His approach looks good. Looks like he's putting some revs on the ball as well, so he's pretty young. He's still learning. I want a little too short, pulled just behind square. No single. Still looking for the plan here from Trinidad to present that opportunity of a wicket. They need another wicket. Another one short again, finding the edge of Morris' bat. Wouldn't get 4.
Yeah. Also badly lined as well, and no one in that area. So really easy runs being served up here by Joshua Davis. Needs to find back that control that he had yesterday in the Cyan Hill playing field, where he picked up those 5 wickets. Yeah, so you keep speaking of these plans that you're not seeing from Trinidad and Tobago. What will be your approach here if you were the fielding team in search of picking up a wicket? That one was short to finish. Luckily for him, he wasn't punished. 72 for 2 after 18 overs.
Also, you want to apologize to the viewers out there. Have a slight technical difficulty with the score, so you have to bear with us. But what we will provide here for you is being able to give you good coverage of the game, let you know the score after every over, which we normally do. So far, I'm looking at Ruplal, and I'm gonna take this over and look at it pretty closely. I think he's very brave. He looks very confident. At no point in time he looked like he's flustered or like he don't understand what he wants to achieve. That one is a bit short, but it could cause some problem. And it is a lovely catch. Ruplal taking the wicket of Greenwich. Greenwich is gone for 14. I told you he looks like he understands what he's doing. A small man, but spins the ball well. His approach looks good to the crease, Stacey. And has picked up the wicket of Greenwich. He's gone for 14. The score is 72 for 3.
I mean, that's the kind of desperation you want to see from Trinidad and Tobago. Jagasa basically, not Jagasa, I beg your pardon, I think that was Joshua Davis, was it? No. I'll get the name of the fielder for you, but that catch, he basically took it out of the hands of Jason Agard, who was well positioned to take an easy catch. But he ran around and he said to himself, I am going to take that catch. My team needs a wicket right now. I think it's Budu Singh, the opening batter, that took that catch. And that one just straightened the touch. The length was a bit short, but it came back in to the left-handed batter. And there's a leg spin operating, so you do expect that movement back into the left-handed batter. And Greenwich was prepared to pull that one to the onside, getting a healthy top edge. So a wonderful catch taken there by the fielder. Just have a look at it again. Yeah, basically took it out of the hands of Jason Agard there at cover, which would have been a much easier grab for him, but Buddha Singh decided that he wanted to take that catch, get that wicket for his team. He wasn't leaving it up to Jason Agard, although it would have been much easier. A wonderful grab from him. So some life now for Trinidad and Tobago. They're hoping that this can bring them back into the game, inject that confidence that seemed to have been missing out there.
Like the confidence of Ruplal. Doesn't spin the ball a great deal, but good consistency.
Yeah,
so far, he's very meticulous in terms of his line and length.
Yeah,
he's lighting the ball as well, Stacey.
His accuracy certainly must be praised. He was operating to a right-hander and a left-hander before the dismissal of Michael Greenwich, in the end accounting for the left-handed batter. So certainly quite accurate at this age and at this level. Ruplal. Yeah, really good to finish there from Budu Singh. 72 for 3 after 19 overs. New batter is Achilles Brown, known as an opener in this team. Finds his way batting at number 5 in this 50-over tournament. Change of ends now for Andrew Rambaran. He's replacing Joshua Davis from the Beckwith end on the Grenadine Islands end. As Kesrick put it this afternoon, Grenadines Island end. So Andrew Rambaran now to Morris. Hasn't been as his free-flowing best, Joshua Morris, but he's still there doing a job for his team. This one hit a bit uppishly, but man is at long off. So no threat of being dismissed there. So Morris still there, open the batting. Looks good as an opener. Open the batting for Barbados. In the second innings of that two-day encounter, scored a half century as well. He's quite taken a liking to this opening position.
I think he's a good opener as well. I think he's a batter that is suited for the top. Good temperament. Plays all around the ground. Actually, he's a fine player, but haven't really put the scores up that we're probably looking for. He's that utility player. He's that type of player that will just work with whatever the team require of him.
Gets off the mark with an edge as well, Achilles Brown. Not convincing, but still off the mark. And on Achilles Brown for a bit. We've seen him for a few years in this tournament. Doesn't really have that big score under his belt, but the Barbados team, they have persisted with him, which shows that they have a lot of trust in his abilities as a player. Did pick up that wicket as well today with his seam-up deliveries. One just whipping it into the onside. Well fielded there by young Ruplal. Just passing the outside edge of Morris to end the over. Some excitement to end the over. For Trinidad and Tobago, 74 for 3 after 20.
Ruplal is with ball in hand again. Skipper just organizing his field. Good stop there. Really, really good stop. Good diving effort. So Ruplal is operating here. He has a point. Cover, extra cover. Long off. Just one person in the boundary here. It's a deep mid wicket. And he's gone. He has gone through the gate of Achilles Brown. Ruplal has picked up another wicket. Really well bowled. Achilles Brown wasn't expecting that one. Through the gates. Ruplal seems like he's going to cause some problems here for Barbados. It was a really good delivery. It was a googly. The confidence that this young man has shown. Really, really good delivery here. The score is now 74 for 4. Achilles Brown is gone. Pitch just outside the line of the half stump. Coming back in. Comprehensively beaten.
Yeah, we mentioned that the young man is brave. He's also showing his ability to bowl a variation that appeared to be the googly. Only to Achilles Brown, showing also that he's a very smart operator in his execution. Wow, Anil Ruplal. He has 5 for 2 now. That one looked like an off spinner's dream delivery, Kesrick, coming from a leg spinner. Wonderful stuff here so far from Anil Ruplal. The new batter, Captain Nathan Seeley. Oh wow, is that an edge that just fell short of the fielder? Goes into the boundary now. We'll wait on the signal. It's byes. So wow, that one turned a bit.
There's a lot to like here about Anil Ruplal. Stacey, he's flighting the ball well. Good revs. Good errors consistently. He's very confident. You can see it from his mannerism. The type of bowler that Trinidad needs right now. And I was talking about players that Trinidad have grown over the years. The Sunil Narines, the Kieran Pollard, the Bravos, the Riyad Emirates. I don't know. I think we're growing at Anil Ruplal here now. Just a few more areas for him to work, and I think that definitely would help in terms of his strength. It's the end of the over, end of a successful over from Ruplal. The score is 79 for 4.
So the scorecard is back up now for all the viewers. 79 for 4, 21 overs bowled. Rambaran to Seeley, skipper Seeley. If ever the team needed a captain's knock, it's today from him.
Achilles Brown haven't really scored a lot of runs in this tournament. Batting in the position that Zion Bradford would be batting at. He's missing today, obviously, because I think he have a little bit of illness. But I think Achilles Brown is a really good player. He just haven't really produced the scores that we've been looking for, even to Joshua Dawn. So we don't want to hit these youngsters too hard because it's still a learning process. The skipper is at the crease now with Morris. Morris is on 38. Slowed down somewhat, but he's really playing a good role here. He's trying to stabilize things out there for Barbados.
Yeah, it's been a fighting knock from him so far. He's usually a very free-flowing batter. Hasn't been able to get at the bowlers as he'd like, but as I mentioned before, it's very important for him to just stay and see his team home. Trying to give himself some room on that occasion. Nathan Seeley, a maiden over by Andrew Rambaran. To conclude the 22nd, the score remains on 79 for 4. So far, really good bowling combination between Ruplal and Rambaran, and that's something that I've seen with the skipper Orlando James on the Trinidad and Tobago. Once he finds that opening combination, he's prepared. Not opening. He's prepared to just search basically to see which pair will do best for him in tandem. And so far, he's found Ruplal and Rambaran being economical at the other end, and Ruplal getting into his work, picking up wicket. So both bowlers complement each other so well, doing a wonderful job for Trinidad and Tobago at this moment. Still with the batting lineup that Barbados have, they certainly want to be picking up more wickets in a hurry.
Ruplal is really owning the middle now. Really hitting some good lengths here. Some good lines as well. Sets his field and he bowled pretty well to his field.
Yeah, we saw it since yesterday. He's a young man that knows what he's doing and he's not afraid to do it. More importantly, he's not afraid to dangle the carrot, pitch it up some more, bowl it fuller, change his lines, change his lengths, just to try and get the result.
Not forgetting he spins the ball really. Spins the ball good as well. At good pace too. Just one thing I think he needs to work on is his strength. Being able to vary his pace is something that I think he would like to get in his armory. Good bounce, good pace. Flights the ball well. So you have a lot of attributes to work with this youngster.
Yeah, certainly with time, of course. He'll work on those things. He'll work on getting stronger, particularly for his batting. He's shown that he's able to get stuck in. This one is full, very full, and he's launched that into the stands there, Joshua Morris. Looks like he was waiting for something like that.
Well, he waited and he latched on to it. Down the pitch, Joshua Morris goes. It's a big hit, end up into a full toss. Was deposited straight into the stands there. And Michael Finley stands for 6. A 6 to end the over. A good over for Barbados. The score moves on to 87 for 4.
Yeah, really good use of the feet as well by Morris to get really close to it, although it was full, to make sure he got the maximum out of it. So 87 for 4. So a lot of deliveries remaining. 75 runs to get for Barbados. You see Sealy prepared to play that way to Rambaran. Just give himself room to the leg side and try to pierce it through the covers, through the cover area. Doesn't have to do much with that delivery as it's badly lined and well put away in the end. Really good from Sealy. The fact that he intentionally tried to get it over that fielder at backward square in the circle.
Well, it's all about maximizing the crease. Comes across. That one was badly lined and it's really just a help over backward square for 4.
This time he goes over the head of Fariz Ali. So getting into his work now, Nathan Sealy showing all his class here at this moment and his experience.
He's understanding the position the game is in. He's always going to prance and loose deliveries. Takes the score up to 95. Didn't really get good connection on it. We managed to get it over Fariz. Takes it into the boundary for 4.
And you saw in that last over, although it was a maiden, he really did try to get at Rambaran. In this over, he's able to pick up back-to-back fours off him. He showed that he's come out with intent to be aggressive. Movement there. Well played as well by Sealy, just dropping his hands.
Standing tall behind that one, punching it out to cover. Not looking for a run. But it's the end of the over. Score is 95 for 4. Joshua Morris is on 45. A little bit of discussion here in the middle. Trying to find out what exactly is happening. Well, that discussion in the middle was really a discussion for a water break. Umpires was looking out to the coaches in the dugout and to the 12th man. But we'll be back here at the Honestfield playing field after the short water break.
Yeah, we're back after the drinks break. That last delivery from Ruplal was dismissed by Joshua Morris for 6. He's starting to him after the drinks break, and it's a dot to start. So young Ruplal, he hasn't missed a lot in his bowling innings. Yes, he was launched for 6, but he's been predominantly good with his control to these batters. There you go again, speaking about that control, the young leggy. He's doing a really good job for his team.
There's a lot to like about Ruplal. He's young, spins the ball well, good errors, good consistency. He's causing a bit of problems here for the Barbados batters. And this is what you want to see. Still yet to find out his age.
Yeah.
Looking at him now, he looks like he's probably around the age of 15 or so.
He's also getting a lot of bonks. which has caused a bit of problems for Joshua Morris so far in this over.
At that age, to be bowling like this, it's really commendable. The control. And we mentioned a while ago how difficult it is to master the art of leg spin. You mentioned yesterday how good he was against the leewards. And he's showing that here against Barbados. He's running a rocket here. Ruplal, he's running ropes around Barbados. Morris looking a little bit upset, I should say, but he has to go. Umpire Bayam has given him that jetted finger. Morris is gone for 45. The score is 95 for 5.
I said it already. Small in stature, but looks like a giant in his operation. Ruplal picking up that big wicket of Joshua Morris, who looked pretty set. He's gone now for 45. Yeah, 16-year-old Ruplal. This is certainly his debut game. I've seen nothing of him last year and the year before. So, well, not his debut game, but his debut series. Debuted in that game against the Leeward Islands. And man, I remember yesterday he picked up that wicket of Joel Andrew. And here he is again today, breaking the back once more of Barbados. Certainly a recovery effort is needed now from Nathan Seeley and the new batter who appears to be Preston Clark. Ruplal was so confident in that dismissal. He sat off running almost in celebration, really. And I mean, I'm looking at the captaincy as well. You notice with Orlando James, he allows his young leg spinner to get into his walk. As soon as he recognizes that he's getting the ball to come out of his hands so well, he sets his field accordingly. I know that wasn't the way the wicket fell, but he actually brought in that man into the circle when he realized that his young leg spinner was getting such great control over the ball. So once more, the captaincy and the thinking from Orlando James is on show in this game as well. And once more, talking about captaincy on show, he's bringing back his strike bowler in Jason Agard. Left arm seamer, who started so well, bowled 4 overs for 15 runs and picked up that wicket. Some width offered, too much width. Wasn't able to get that power behind it. Nathan Seeley, so just a single.
Really good move here from skipper Orlando. Back is Seema.
Yeah, so what he's searching for now, Orlando, is for somebody to complement young Ruplal from the other end. Whether it comes by way of being really economical or even running in and picking up a wicket as well. 96 for 5 now. He knows that wicket is the name of the game. Then they need 5 more if they are to pull off a victory against Barbados. So Preston Clark to face his first ball of the match. Short one. This is pulled in the air, pulled well. There's a fielder coming around. He can't get to it. But suddenly a lot of things are happening out there for Trinidad and Tobago.
A lot of excitement, and it's exciting to see a young under 17 player showing this sort of control, showing this sort of confidence here, trying to bowl Trinidad and Tobago to a victory is Anil Ruplal. Very small in stature.
Agard seems to be running in with a lot more energy than he did in his opening burst. It was a great opening burst, but he himself probably senses the occasion and knows that getting a wicket in his spell of bowling, if he can get Nathan Seeley now, I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be really thinking, they'll really be believing now. Low score, but they've shown a tendency to defend low scores so far in this tournament. Short ball. Left alone, called a wide as well. I spoke about the energy he seems to be running in with Agard.
I like the energy from Agard. He looks like he's putting in effort every single delivery. You find a lot of young bowlers whenever they bowl their bumper, you see a lot more energy being deposited into it.
Seems to be a plan as well. You were saying there's no plan. You don't really see a plan from Trinidad and Tobago earlier. And now they appear to have a plan of running in and bowling a few short ones when they can.
This is what you want to see, Stacey. This is what you want to see, the planning. The communication with skipper to the players.
Changing the fielder man at deep third comes in the circle. Mid-wicket goes back. Another short delivery. And look at the umpire, wide signal once more. Just not able to attack the body of the batter. Needs to be able to do that with these short deliveries. Just too short and wide signal, rightly so far. But you're seeing the effort being put in by Jason Agard in this spell, doing what his captain is asking of him to do.
The thing about planning, Stacey, if you're planning to bowl that short pitch delivery to have him hold out on the boundary, on the square leg boundary, yes, you can have that plan, but you can't bowl all short deliveries. There must be a time when you realize, for my plan to work, I have to stick to something else, and then that surprise delivery.
Certainly.
So you have the feelers outside the off stump. You have feelers at cover point and short third man. The skipper is standing at mid-off. You still need to put around that
so 100
off stumpy area.
100 comes up as well.
You can bowl that short pitch delivery to have those guys at the fine leg, the deep square leg, and the deep mid wicket in play.
So 100 comes up as well in that over, in this over. Driven nicely, but well fielded there by AD and Ratcha at cover. Yeah, I like to see a lot more pressure being placed on the new batter, Preston Clark. Yes, the short delivery that he bowled to him, where he pulled it in the air, was in a lot of control, just falling short of that man running around at mid-on. But I like to see more pressure put on him. Walk to the onside. So that area right there, just try and cut off those singles to that new batter, Preston Clark. As the over comes to an end, it's 101 for 5. So Ruplal, continuing in his spell, he's bowled 5 overs so far, 3 wickets, 14 runs to his name. That one was full, probably just landing perilously short, close to his hand there as well. Very nearly picking up his 4th on that occasion. Ruplal.
Good spinners will tell you that every time they deliver a ball, they always look for their return. Something that we're seeing here from Anil Ruplal. He's always looking for that return catch. There you see it. He's causing some problems here for the Barbados batters.
He's getting good rip across the batters at times as well, Ruplal. That one kept a bit low also.
Just eased out to long on, sorry. Good flight here by Ruplal.
Yeah, so far in the short knock from Preston, he's shown the ability to get really close to the pitch of the ball and drive well. Hasn't beaten the infield as yet. The over is completed. Just 2 runs from it. 103 for 5. Another change from that end. So Agard with the lone over. 1 over in his spell. Joshua Davis replaces him. The spinner who picked up 5 yesterday. So ringing the changes is Captain Orlando James, searching for that 6th wicket. Full to start. While he's ringing the changes, Orlando James needs to find a way to cut off the run scoring of these batters. Yes, from here on out, they just need 2.5 runs per over. 3 runs per over will do it for them. We still need to find a way to stop them from scoring runs, because that will mean that they're in a comfortable position. So what Trinidad and Tobago needs to do is just to make these Barbados batters uncomfortable. So they need to find a way to get into their heads, make them feel like they're behind. They're well in front still, Trinidad, the Barbados. Just need 58 from 135 balls. Short ball played down the ground. Still, bowlers need to find a way to be tighter to these batters. Particularly need to try and bowl as little short balls as possible if they can none to these batters who are very comfortable on the back foot. And just what they required. 3 runs from that over. 106 now for 5. Oh, wow. Wow. That really spun across the bat of Preston Clark, who didn't have any idea about that. Bounced as well. By signal. No one had a clue there. Keeper, batter, even the slip when it flew over his head. It's probably from the glove of Kyle Ramdu. even when it's a loose delivery, they still can't put him away. Not one bit errant in line on the leg side. Sealy not able to get maximum out of his stroke. Didn't even get bat onto it. So 3 fielders out. Man and mid wicket, long on and long off. More like that. I really like to see maybe long on come into the circle. I mean, Ruplal is on the ball right now, and right away the captain brings him in the circle. Don't think he'll be able to launch anything over his head unless it's a really bad delivery. So I think it's a gamble that they should be willing to take. Yeah. Really good over from Ruplal. Just a buy from it. 107 for 5. Seems like both batters have recognized the situation and they are willing to play a card into it. They aren't prepared to give any chances to the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. So far, that is.
All in all, Stacey, I think that Joshua Davis and Anil Ruplal is really delivering a good spell here. Ruplal really picking up the wickets. Davis really bowling some good areas, good containment. So scoring is a bit more difficult now. Not really taking any chances against Ruplal. Haven't really left their bat against Davis either. That one just going through the gap. Want to get to the boundary. Good stop in the end.
He's done.
Just two there.
He's done that a number of times in his innings so far, Sealy. Just giving himself room to the leg side and trying to force it to the offside on that occasion, able to get it into a gap and picking up 2 runs.
That just shows the pressure that they're creating here, Trinidad. That one again trying to go straighter down the ground. I'm going to find the outer edge of the bat. It's been really good going here from Trinidad and Tobago in terms of their bowling. Ruplal and Davis.
Three runs coming from that over. After 30, 110 for 5. Yeah, the main threat for Barbados will be Ruplal. I think Sealy and Preston Clark. Their plan going forward would just be to see off his spell. He has 3 more overs remaining in his spell.
Would you bowl him out here, Stacey, or would you probably give a change?
I don't think you have a choice. I think you'll have to just bowl him straight through. He has 3 more overs remaining. You just bowl him straight through and hope that he picks up another wicket. Or you can look at it another way and try and get somebody else to come on, get that breakthrough, and bring him back for the lower order. And then he will be even more difficult to play. It just depends on how they're seeing it out there. Just 3 more overs remaining in his spell. I guess it depends on how the batters approach him in this over. I think if they just look like they're prepared to just see him off, then you just bring another bowler on, hope that bowler, they'll attempt to go at that bowler. Hopefully that bowler picks up a wicket. And then later Rupal can come back and basically, he'll certainly be unplayable for players in the lower order, the way he's been operating. So that's one approach that they can look to take. It just depends on what these batters decide to do to him in this over. So far they look prepared to just see him off.
Similar situation like yesterday. 51 runs required, 118 balls left.
Man, a bit dragged down there. Pulled to that man who hasn't had a lot of work to do on that boundary since Rupal has been operating. Gets one now out there of the bat of Nathan Seeley.
Just 5 wickets gone. You would expect Barbados to really be the team to really be the one to smell victory more. But I'm not really going to say that after what I've witnessed yesterday in terms of the Jamaica-Guyana game. Similar situations here. But a few more overs here, a few more tight overs here from Trinidad and Tobago can spell trouble for Barbados. Still 117 deliveries, and we might look at that and say that's a lot of deliveries to get 51 runs. But pressure can do a lot, and losing focus can do even more damage.
So 2 runs coming from that over. 31 completed, 113 for 5. And you mentioned some tight overs spelling danger for Trinidad, for Barbados perhaps. But the way I look at it in terms of the danger that can be presented there is if they manage to just dot them up a bit, then maybe they will create the illusion of pressure for themselves and then try to play an injudicious stroke. So that's probably one way that Trinidad and Tobago can look to attack these batters. But that will have to come in all facets with the ball and also with the field setting. Now I'm seeing just one fielder, actually 2 fielders out of the circle. So Orlando James just throwing everything that he can here. And Fariz Ali is reintroduced. Didn't have the best start compared to yesterday. I think he was just striving looking for pace of the surface. Bowling a bit too short as well, pace and bounce. Just needed to be on that good length. So he has another chance here to reprieve himself. Fariz Ali. He's bowled 2 overs before this ball for 12 runs. So a pretty expensive start. Yesterday in his entire spell of 6 overs, he only went for 10. So it shows the difference there. Oh, that one, that is the delivery that he should be looking to bowl to these batters on the surface.
Well, he needs to maintain a line of length just outside the line of off stump. When they put back into these batters, Joshua Davis did a fantastic job in terms of containing, and then Rupal been picking up the wickets. Someone looks like he's almost unplayable. Even his bad deliveries, you couldn't get to hit.
Yes, just a bit of patience needed here from Fariz Ali. He's found that length, and the line as well is not bad. So he just needs to continue there for his captain. I think that length will bring him reward.
So far, so good from Fariz. Fariz Ali. We know these surnames from Trinidad and Tobago. Fariz Ali. Sounds very close to Afghani. Short, not enough pace. Pulled out to long on.
You keep mentioning the need to be patient with your lengths. Yes, it didn't produce the wicket, but you have got to recognize when you've bowled a good length and then ask the batters to do something to take you off that length. Unless the batters do something different, I really see no reason in trying to change things up. Fariz Ali going short, and we already mentioned how comfortable the Barbados batters are on the back foot. Just some simplicity needed. Just continue to be simple in your approach.
That one punch just in front of point, no run.
So 1 run coming from that over. After 32, it's 114 for 5. So I see Ruplal running in. I guess that he's going to get another over from the skipper, and I guess that would mean that he's probably going to bowl him out as well.
Well, I asked the question, and I think it's probably the smartest thing to do. There's no reason to stop him now. He has bowled 8 overs, picked up 3 wickets for you.
Yeah, you would hope that he picks up the wicket, because if he doesn't, then it almost seems like there's really nowhere else to turn. The way he's been bowling, not saying that the other bowlers haven't done a decent job for their team, but he has certainly gotten the most out of this surface here today. Picked up 3 wickets. So far, a very measured approach by both of these batters, Clark and Seeley. Just picking up the singles when they're on offer. Haven't seen a lot of aerial shots played by in this partnership either.
Again, good flight, finding the edge of Clark's bat, but just a single. That one is punched out to long on. Just a single. Seeley quite capable with the bat. Needs to come up with a captain knock here to see his team home. Just remember, he picked up the last wicket as well in the first innings, the wicket of Ruplal. Just 46 more runs needed. Similar situations yesterday. That one is punch out to mid-off, but no run. Punch to skipper Orlando. Must be proud of what Ruplal has achieved here this evening. I think his bowling suits the pitch as well. It's good areas. His pace on the pitch is great. There's not much he can do. That's the end of the over. The score is 116 for 5.
So with Ruplal nearing his spell, nearing the end of his spell rather, he has one more over remaining in his 10 overs. To complete his 10 overs, which bowler do you think is most suited to come at that end of the bowlers you've seen so far?
It's a no ball from Fariz Ali.
Yeah, certainly not what you want at this stage, where you're looking to try and fight your way back into the game, try and pick up a wicket somewhere to spark some sort of motivation and inspiration in the hopes of pulling off another unlikely victory. And Nathan Seeley has a free swing of the blade. And it's called a wide. So he has another chance of a free hit. Slashes and slashes hard. Won't get to the boundary. Justin Jagasa cuts it off. Just a single coming from that free hit. But they already have the 3 runs that they require in this over so far, Barbados. Short delivery, well handled there by Preston Clark, getting on top of it and just guiding it down to that deep third area.
Something that I think most of the Barbados batters do well is riding the shorter deliveries, steering them down to the third man behind the point region. Fariz Ali don't really have that kind of pace to ruffle the feathers of these Barbados batters. Well, they're in no rush, Barbados. Still 100 deliveries. Well, it's now 99 deliveries. 42 runs to get. The current run rate they're going at is 3.58. Just over 2 required. Chugging along nicely here, Barbados.
Threw a shot there on that occasion, Nathan Seeley didn't come on to him as quickly as he expected it to. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time, they're probably not even thinking about the 98 deliveries remaining. What they'll be thinking about is just 5 deliveries. 5 really good deliveries that can produce wickets for them before 98 deliveries have gone, or before 42 runs have been scored.
Another short one, but he's not going to get away with it this time. It's been deposited over the square leg boundary for 6. Really good shot, a shot of authority from Nathan Seeley.
Yeah, quite commanding from him. This time he got himself into a good position, waited on it perfectly, And all he had to do was exact the power required to get it over to that onside. Short bowling, really not advised to these Barbados batters. That's what we've been saying all along. He's upset with himself that he wasn't able to put that one away. It was short, it was wide as well, but hit it straight to that fielder, Buddha Singh, at short cover. So the over is completed, 34 gone, 126 for 5. No.
Rupla is walking to his skipper again. Just one more over.
Yeah, so 36 more runs now required for Barbados. Ruplal about to bowl his last. Yeah, must commend the way these two batters have gone about things since the dismissal of Joshua Morris. They realized that Ruplal is the main threat in the bowling lineup, and since then they haven't really taken him on. I cannot remember seeing an aerial shot being played in this partnership of the bowling of Ruplal. So really good calculating thinking from these two young batters in the middle. Full toss. Still not looking to take him on. So they certainly worked out a plan to play Ruplal, and that is just to see off his bowling. And also the situation of the game, it doesn't really call for them to play a lot of aerial shots, try and clear the boundaries at regularly. So just talking about that, and there you go. I mean, it's a bit of commentators because I notice every time I say something, applauding, praising the efforts of the batters, they then decide to do something against what I've been saying. So Seeley deciding it's his last over and he's going to take him on. Really not advised at this point in time.
Better. Much better. The thing is, he's the threat. He's the one that's bowling pretty well. Just 21 runs for 3 wickets. He's bowling a good spell. See him off. You still have 93 deliveries to get 36 runs.
Yeah, yesterday, Leeward Islands, they needed about 30 plus runs to win. And they were in a really good position. I think they had about 60-something for 4. And they collapsed all out.
Again, squeeze through extra cover. Should get enough legs to get to the boundary. Did not get enough legs. Nathan Seeley, good shot. Just eased out to extra cover, picking up 2 runs. Partnership is up to 34 now. Seeley and Preston. Down the goal again. Good batting. Really, really good batting. He's playing a skipper knock here, which he should. Required run just over 2. And they're going over 3. But that's the end of a lovely spell here from Anil Ruplal. 3 for 24. Really controlled things out there for Trinidad. Giving them a sniff or a smell of what victory could be like. Really well bowled. I'm very impressed with what I've seen. The control, the revs that he puts on the ball. Very short guy. Very small as well. Small in stature, so I'm very impressed. The skipper now is with ball in hand.
Yeah, really remarkable spell of bowling from Ruplal. 24 runs, 3 wickets, and after his spell of 10, bowled straight through, caused a lot of problems for the Barbados batters. Got some bonks, got some to turn as well. Even saw the googly as well. So really big future ahead for Ruplal once he continues to work on his game. and continues to show the big heart that he has. That's what I've noticed about him. He has a massive fighting spirit. So Orlando James, didn't see him with ball in hand yesterday. Decides that it's now his turn to try and break this partnership. It's not a good start there from skipper Orlando James. A wide to start.
Not the best of start here from the skipper Orlando James. The brother of Joshua James, is it?
Not a lot of pace on that delivery from Orlando James. But you must give credit where it's due. I mean, yes, Trinidad and Tobago, they fought in this bowling innings. They did fight. They showed a lot of fight, particularly on the bowling of young Ruplal. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it quite together as they did yesterday to cause a collapse on the Barbados batters. And I must give credit to the approach taken by Seeley and Preston Clark in this partnership. And I know that it's country versus country, but at the end of the day, it's West Indies cricket. And to see two young batters just park their egos aside for a very long time and decide, you know what, let's play the situation of the game. I'm going to hit the ball along the ground. I'm going to try and see off the best bowler. And I'm going to try and get close to victory for my team. You know, they are 30 runs shy of a victory. And there are forced changes that maybe the captain didn't want to make today, bringing himself on. I didn't see him bowl yesterday. His bowlers control things well for him. Yeah, really good single taken. Preston Clark running for all his might to get into his crease. And that's something I've noticed with him. He just holds his head down once a single is called for and he runs in. He doesn't look back. Must be a sprinter, Preston Clark.
Well, he's a tall guy. Good reach. It's like doing a beep test with a Jason Holder.
Yeah, and he doesn't take things for granted. You can tell by the way he runs to get into his crease. Just looking to pull that one. It didn't get off at all, Nathan Seeley, showing a bit of frustration. And why I say he doesn't take things for granted, when he runs, he still runs and pushes his bat, make sure that he gets his bat in. Doesn't matter how far away the ball is from him, he makes sure he does the correct things well in order to secure his wicket. So that's really good to see from a youngster. Definitely not taking his wicket for granted. And it shows that he wants to bat long and fight for his team as well. There you go again. Not looking back until he gets into his crease. So the end of the over, 134 for 5. Barbados sitting comfortably at this point in time. Trinidad and Tobago hoping for some miracle from one of their bowlers to collect 5 more wickets here quickly.
Well, ever since we have seen a change in terms of Joshua Davis and now that Ruplal is gone, his ball is allotted 10 overs. We're not seeing the clear plan here in terms of how they're going to pick up another wicket. Looks to me like they're just going through the motion.
We knew it was always going to be tough on the surface for Trinidad and Tobago with that score. And it will definitely, if they lose this game, still 28 runs to get, so we still have to say if they lose this game, they will certainly go back and think about the way they batted in that innings, just only managing to score 161 runs. When it did look like runs in the first half was easier to get, just the way Andrew Rambaran batted on the surface tells you that it wasn't difficult to bat at all out there this morning. 28 runs required. Andrew Rambaran, left arm spinner, starts with a wide delivery. And extras as well helping out here for Barbados. Stifled appeal. I haven't heard an appeal in a very long time from Trinidad and Tobago. Such has been the control of these two batters in the middle.
Really good knock. I'm very impressed with what I've seen from Sealy. Even yesterday from Brian Barnes.
Well, he is an experienced man, Sealy, and one would come to expect him to play these types of knocks for his team. And he himself will be expecting to do more of this throughout the tournament. Just a wide so far. 4 dots in the over.
That one just punch out too long on. Just with ease. Not really looking to bother. To be honest, they're in a really good position. Very comfortable. They don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. So umpire Bam is asking the Trinidadians to throw the ball up and not roll it in from the boundary. In all honesty, since Preston has gotten to the crease, he haven't lifted his bat. He's just been playing the role that he's required to play to support his skipper. Talking about support, but it's now a jinx break here at the Arnesville Cricket Stadium. We're gonna take a short break as well, and we'll be back to give you more coverage of this under 19 West Indies Rising Star Tournament.
Yeah, so welcome back. And after the drinks break, Trinidad and Tobago searching for inspiration. Pick up a wicket, 26 runs needed by Barbados. Seems like a walk in the park, one would say. But we've seen stranger things happen in this game of cricket, and Trinidad and Tobago, they'll be hoping for something just as strange as that to occur for them here. 26 runs needed from 78 balls. Adrian Ratcher, new bowler, hoping that he can spring that motivation that they need, Trinidad and Tobago. What they'll need right now is wickets in a canter, Trinidad and Tobago. 5 wickets as quickly as they can get them.
Ratcher is on the ball again. This is his 4th over. Pulled 3 overs before this, just 16 runs, 1 wicket.
Yeah, he picked up that wicket of Dawn earlier.
It was a really good shot though by Dawn, but couldn't really find the gap. The placement was a bit off. Good shot, just squeezed out to mid-off. Not a lot of damage done. Call that one a spectator's catch. Barbados is really smelling victory here.
And Trinidad and Tobago should be thinking to themselves the difference 200 runs would have made here today. They came out, showed a lot of fight. The Barbados batting lineup is very strong from what we've seen in the 2-day tournament, but pretty deep, particularly that middle order. It's pretty strong in that middle order. And Preston Clark, the first time I'm seeing him with bat in hand, is also standing up in that middle order and doing a wonderful job for his team so far.
Well, according to the situation, he's playing according to the situation now. It's quite understandable. All he needs to do is to just stay there with his skipper. We saw yesterday Brian Barnes played a very good role, and Trevon Williams came in and was well supported, but then played a very ugly shot. And then from there, Jamaica start to lose their wickets.
Yeah, just looking at Preston Clark now, 11 of 38, supporting Nathan Seeley, who's 33 of 59. And you also go back to that partnership between Rambaran and Adrian Ratcher, who just finished bowling. I mean, you see the value of supporting the batters who are in form, the batters who seem to have a measure on what is happening out there. It's very important for Trinidad going forward that someone in their top order, a few of the batters in their top order, look to bat deep as long as possible. And so far, with the way they've been changing their bowling attack, they found something special in Ruplal. They can cause a lot of problems if they put 200 plus, even on good surfaces. So Fariz Ali, change of ends for him, just to see if he can extract something different from this end. The captain is certainly hoping. Still trying everything, Trinidad and Tobago. But Barbados, they look pretty calm out there in the middle. Preston Clark and Nathan Seeley looks really unbothered in this partnership so far. almost bowling him behind the back. Faris Ali, he hasn't looked his best in this match so far. So the captain is hoping that he can bounce back in his new spell. Pulls it powerfully enough past that man there, Jagasa in the circle to pick up another boundary. Moves up to 37 now, Nathan Seeley. And again, that short delivery, we've been talking about it all day for Faris Ali. Just needs to be fuller to these batters. That length hasn't worked for him throughout this match. And again, pulled away for 4. There's a case for Trinidad, Leeward Islands, Barbados as well. It's a full delivery, who seems to be in a commanding position here. They should really be looking to try and finish this game as early as possible. They have 5 wickets in hand, 21 runs. Yesterday, they were only able to share points with the Windward Islands. So yes, you want to win, but run rate could very well come into play at the back end of the tournament in terms of who will be victorious in the end. So 141 now for 5. 1 delivery remaining in this over. It's full. Really nice work there from Seeley to open the face of that bat to get that into the gap to pick up 2 more runs. He's looking for a third. Almost getting a run out there, Nathan Seeley. So I'd like to see a replay as to how close that was to being a run out. 144 for 5 after 39.
Just really eased into that one. Not a lot of power, just presenting the full face of the bat, getting it in between those 2 fielders, getting it between the gap to pick up 2.
So 18 more required now from 66 deliveries. Adrian Racha to continue. Again, opens the face again this time to get that one to deep third to pick up another single.
Well, they're inching closer to victory here, Barbados. Really not a long way to go. Just passing the outside edge bat of Preston Clark. Just 17 more runs. Don't really have to do anything out of the ordinary to get there.
Yeah, that channel right there, Trinidad and Tobago, their pacers, they haven't been consistently in that area. See, that area has produced a lot more trouble to the Barbados batters. Just occasionally in every over, they tend to go a bit short to these batters. We've seen most of the short deliveries have been punished in this match so far. That looked really good, to be honest. From my angle, from the replay, the umpire Foster said not out. Probably I judged it to be going down the leg, but he was well across his stump there, Preston. And it was a full pitch delivery as well. .50 partnership as well between these two. Seeley and Preston Clark, who has supported him quite well.
That was a good shout a while ago, Stacey. Beating the man at extra cover. He wouldn't get enough legs to get to the boundary. Just two.
And so 147 now for 5 as the over comes to an end there. Again, another thing to note for Trinidad and Tobago heading into their next game, apart from the lack of runs that they scored, a very low target total that they've put on the board. Their bowlers, as well as particularly the pacers, haven't been consistently in that good length area. See, in that over, Adrian Ratcher was able to bowl at fuller length. He had an appeal in the over, umpire turned him down, but then the last delivery offering up a bit of width, allowing the batter to free his arms. So just something to take away for the next game. It's very important to just consistently try your best to be in that good length area. Don't try to search for anything. Ali to continue. Just 2 fielders out now. A man at deep third and a man at fine leg. All the other fielders in and around the circle. That man at mid-off is outside as well, but not fully back on the circle. Looking to swing that one down the ground. It was very full and the umpire has risen his finger. So a breakthrough, a bit too late perhaps, but a breakthrough nonetheless. And the fuller length I was asking the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to operate on has produced a wicket. Captain Seeley has to go back.
Well, there's no issue there in terms of where it pitched and where it hit. The only thing I'm thinking about, Seeley looks a bit upset, like it hit the bat or something. We don't have the use here of the stick or anything like that, but it looks pretty plumb to me.
Unless there was bat, that looks really dead to me. Look at where it pitches, look at where it hits. Unless there was bat, that's the only thing that could have saved him. So a breakthrough at long last for Trinidad and Tobago. And Jataria Prescott walks to the middle. Not in a lot, not under a lot of pressure certainly. But that fuller length, we've been talking about it all day. The bowlers needed to be consistently bowling that length to these batters.
Well, Seeley's gone. He's gone for 41. Still 15 runs to get. You would want to see him stay there to the end. Playing that captain knock. It was a really good knock.
So Jatario Prescott, new batter in. So Ali looking for a single, and he gets it quite easily. And again, these fielders, yes, they are in the circle, but they are so deep. So it's easy to play with soft hands and get a single down there. You have to sense the occasion. Yes, it's 14 runs. They can do it in singles from here on out quite easily. So get more fielders around the bat, Orlando James. Yes, just two fielders are out really. But still, the fielders in the circle, they aren't that tight. Nicely driven. He has shown that he has the ability to play very well off the front foot, Preston Clark. Hasn't had a lot of power to get it through the gap, but he's coming forward quite nicely, getting to the pitch of the ball as well.
Well, he has been there for a while, 44 deliveries. Still haven't really opened up his arms as yet. He's joined with an accomplished batter in Jatario Prescott. In St. Vincent here we say Prescott. Not sure if it's somebody changed some letter. I'm not too sure about it, Stacey. I don't know if you can help me there.
Well, his name is Prescott, clearly. I mean, it's not about changing it. I mean,
is it we change it here in St. Vincent, or they change it in
Yes,
Barbados?
everybody spells things differently in any country. So you have Prescott and you have Prescott, as in the case of Jatario. And again, covering the line of that ball outside off stump, taking a quick single as well. And I keep saying these fielders in the circle, they are too deep. It's 149 for 641 overs bowl, a successful over for Fariz Ali.
A little bit expensive here for Fariz Ali. 32 from his 6 overs.
Yeah, without scoring a lot of boundaries in the partnership, Nathan Seeley and Preston Clark, they've managed to bring that scoring, that run rate required down to below 2. Just like that, just by picking off the gaps, picking up the singles, picking up the 2s as well. Occasionally, yes, they got some boundaries that helped, but just a lot of good running and good judgment shown in that partnership between Seeley and Preston Clark. Still 13 runs to get though. AD and Ratcha and Trinidad and Tobago certainly will be looking to get a wicket here. That's the length right there. That's the length. But well negotiated by Preston Clark. Yeah, all of the fielders now in the circle for the new man, Jatario Prescott. So a lot of control needs to be shown by Adi and Ratcha. Two fielders now very close in front of the bat. I like this field setting from James. Swings it big. He swings it down the ground. Vacant area. Capitalized on it quite well, Jatario Prescott. 4 runs.
And that's what I'm talking about. Open up the arms. It's not about being there to just stick around. Playing each ball on its merit. Well, Prescott, he's a player that's in form. He has been scoring runs for them in the lower order. Just walked to the crease, but only 2 deliveries. Punching that one down the ground for a lovely 4.
Yeah, he's showing that with all the fielders up, he's prepared to take his chances. Prescott, use of the feet that time. Also a no ball and a free hit. And you know with a free hit, you cannot change the field. So all of the fielders trying to change the field to the same batter. And all of the fielders will remain in the circle.
Well, he's changing his guard. I think we're going to see a little kitchen sink being shown here at this delivery. I haven't seen a 6 for a while. I'm smelling it, Stacy.
Had a swing at it. He had to. And he misses. The 7 more runs required now from Barbados. More changes being seen. More changes in the field. Another fielder comes around the bat. A man is now very straight, almost behind the umpire. Some innovation in his field setting, Captain Orlando James. Still showing that he's willing to fight. Although it's just 7 runs needed, he's not giving up until the last run is scored. So really good to see from a young player's perspective.
Definitely something good. Not going to give up until the last run is scored. Still setting good fields. Bowlers are bowling to the field as well. We know Prescott like to go straight down the ground.
This one is dug out and dug out aerially. And he manages to get a single. So a lot of aggression being shown by Prescott. A dot to finish. 7 runs coming from that over. 156 for 6. Just requires 6 more runs for victory. Barbados. Flicked and flicked well. So that's another 4 of the bat of Jataria Prescott, who has shown some intent since he has come to the middle. 2 more runs required now from Barbados.
And it's a really good shot, good connection, waited on it. Good connection with the bat. It's played over square leg for 4. He's a player in form. Came into the team really as a bowler, but shown some class with the bat.
Trying to get that one down the ground, but really didn't get close enough to it with his feet. A lot of hands in that shot. That's why he mistimed it, Prescott. So 2 more runs to get. Trinidad and Tobago still trying everything. He's bringing that man straighter now. At mid-off.
Not a dot ball. Someone will cry and say it's a little too late for our balls. All in all, it's really a good fight from Trinidad.
Use of the feet, looking to launch it down the ground once more. Not able to time it well. So Prescott looking to finish it in this over. Just not able to latch on to it properly. Yeah, certainly a good fight. And we have to go back to the batting display. 162 runs. Driven but can't beat the fielder. It's a good work by Toppin in the cover.
Really like the attitude of the Trinidad players. It's a never give up attitude. Skipper is still setting field, still looking for wickets. So this is something that is really commendable.
Use of the feet again. Can't get it past James, but they pick up one. The captain that we've been speaking about. As he always completed just 1 run to win. 161 for 6. Yeah, I mean, even if it seems as it's a foregone conclusion now, who's won this game, but still it's something that the bowlers can take from this match to the next game. You know, maybe if they can get a wicket still, it might be a good confidence booster for them going into the next game. So I don't mind the captain here still trying, and also it's good to have that mindset of we can't give up until the last run is scored. So Prescott on strike. He's 11 off 12 deliveries, 1 run to win, 42 balls, 161 for 6. Racha is continuing. Full delivery and appeal, and the finger goes up. So that's what I've been saying. Although it's just 1 run to win, it's very important that the bowlers still run in and try and get things right. Try and take some confidence into their next match. So another wicket goes down. Jatari or Prescott this time.
You have to love the fight of the Trinidad players. A never dying attitude. They always look for the best out of things. You can see in the last setup over, they're always looking for a wicket. The skipper in Orlando, James, never really looked like he's done and out. He's still setting the fields. He's still looking to pick up a wicket. And this is something that's really commendable, because you need that sort of energy and that motivation to go into your next game. It's not all done. You have a rest tomorrow and then you're back out on Friday. So you need that kind of energy to go in, to come back out on Friday. So really good work here from Trinidad. You like the attitude. You like what you're seeing.
Yeah, so 161 now for 7. Zishan Matara. It's the new batter in. And Racha. Oh wow, a misfield. A misfield and the run through, and that's victory for Barbados. So that's the end of the match. Pretty tame way to end it after all. Bit of a misfield there from Justin Jagasa. It looked like he had it in his hand, and then just losing it at the last moment. So Trinidad and Tobago defeated by Barbados. Barbados victorious in the end. Good display of bowling from them very early, and came back and fought well with the bat to secure victory here in this under-19s tournament.
Really well done here by Barbados. Started off pretty well this morning. They held things up. were a bit held up at the back end, but well done by them. They played a really good match. A little bit of flaws in their game, but still something that they have to work on. Remember, they're youngsters and they're still learning, but well done. Good captaincy by Nathan Seeley, and also good captaincy by the captain out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, he did a fair job for his team, captaining it, Orlando James. But Trinidad and Tobago, 161 runs. They know that it would have taken a lot of fight from them to defeat Barbados with their batting lineup. Yes, they came out and fought. They did that, but they really lacked partnerships throughout their batting innings, just managing to get to 161, 69 runs being scored by Andrew Rambaran. The next best was 26 by Joshua Davis, and then Racha showing some fight at the back end with 14. So certainly not being able to form partnerships to get them to a formidable target. You see the difference 200 runs would have made today had they gotten to that figure against this Barbados outfit.
Well, the news here today is that Barbados under 19 won by 3 wickets. Trinidad batting first, scoring 161 or 47.3 overs. Andrew Rambaran scoring 69. Sarif Wawel, how good was he today? Picking up 4 for 23. Was also on a hat-trick. Barbados under 19 winning this game today. Trinidad in reply didn't really see the fight and the eagerness in the middle to really pick up wickets. I think they were a little bit slack until the back end. You started to see that energy of them wanting to pick up a wicket. But the energy from the Trinidad and Tobago guys was all Anil Gopal. What a player he is. Really well done.
You've certainly seen outstanding performances from both teams today. I mean, just to note some of these outstanding performers. Saurav Warrell, mentioned he picked up 4 wickets already. With the bat for Barbados, Joshua Morris, 45 at the top. Nathan Seeley came out, played a captain's knock. Prescott finished it well. And then from Trinidad and Tobago in Rambaran with the bat in hand. Joshua Davis showed some fight, and Anil Ruplal, can't forget to mention him. The way he ran in and bowled his leg spinners today for Trinidad and Tobago really give them some inspiration, give them some hope that maybe they were able to turn things around against the Barbados team. In the end, just too good for them with the bat. So Trinidad and Tobago, what they'll need to take away from this game, firstly, you need to bat long, try and bat 50 overs, try and get at least 200 runs, and we saw what their bowlers are able to do. So Barbados victorious, Trinidad and Tobago, a lot of work to be done for them in terms of, well, mainly with the bat. So that's it from us here in the studio in this Cricket West Indies under 19s 50 over men's tournament, and we'll be back in the next 2 days to bring you the third round.